Take a look at the starting lineups between. Excuse me, it was Andrew Stewart who was able to sprint down his number 9. A little bit tough to see on this side, but it'll be the first and 99 to go essentially for American Falls. First and 10 from their own 1-yard line with a lot of green field sitting in front of.
Get matched today with the tax expert who's just right for your situation. They'll do your taxes from start to finish, and you can work with the same expert year after year.
A very good team, undefeated on the season.
He would have been laying the hit there. I think he was, like you said, either tripped up a little bit or put.
And I do a little bit of a push, a 39-yard run in the end, hitting and struck his first difference with 6 yards to the end.
Monsanto Foundation.
Esquivel, who is going to take the ball straight up the gut. And Esquivel, was him 15 yards on the night, and a minute 32 clock in with the amount. Could walk into this one without getting anybody hurt at all. They'll come up in that wing tee, offset to the near side with a power formation to the near side. They're going to fake the handoff, give it to Rios again on an outside run. The change with a minute and 4 seconds left to go. This means basketball games too here on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com as the snap is going to be taken again to the near side. Esquivel is going to cut it upfield across the 40, spins up for the Soda in his back. And while Soda Springs leave as actually as scheduled that we're going to be broadcasting. When Broad Springs side takes 49-yard carry for him. Snap, good hold this time. Kick is up and another point on. I should. So they'll just another off.
Sure.
So comes around. Again lines up to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a snap to Schroeder. Handoff to Rio. Goes in behind his blockers. Had the 7-yard down in this game. 1-yard run for Soda Springs. Back at the take it down at the 20. Pistol formation once again. All up to the. It was as by the and 18-yard. Up second scrimmage. Schroeder cuts up ahead across the 10-yard line. Spin Darrington on his leave the original line of scrimmage. Myers
on this
out there, which is a little bit of a sign. Once again, up the gut. Barnes runs through it, and it's going to give the Cardinals up the gut. Brings up a 1st and 10 for the Cardinals at the 38-yard line, middle of the field, as they look to continue to move the chains and move to go momentum. Declo in the another 1-yard gain is onto it, fakes the defense out and coming up the near sideline. Tanner might give this no longer able video cast here on KB 7.
Been called word.
Ben to
061. The Mound of Idaho are and know what brand. Talk done less and say more.
And they'll mark him at the 44 on. As Devin Adams is the one who's being taken off the field. As that, and look at what we're talking to a number on the field into the 40 side here on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. As the snap is going to all your basketball on the 6 yards on that. 1st and 10, clock under 2 minutes. All Declo has to do is just take a knee. Gates, and he gets up to 59 yards. Continues to have a carry of 10 on the ground. I believe they're going to mark him down, though, and it'll be 5-yard line. He'll go around the left edge again, takes a snap.
I forget about Branson,
Darrington Declo in this game.
Things.
Defense, and I agree with you. It's been a lot of one-and-done drives for Declo in this game with those big passes that you mentioned as another drive-by and carry by Darrington Declo in this.
Good things. I really
heavy with the tap. Call it. That is snap is going to go line up in that up, it'll be first. People continue to fire.
That grabbed it and turned upfield, and there's still a guy.
High school basketball is on there. On tap this evening, it's Twin Bill action live from historic Story Gymnasium in Cheyenne. It's EWAC action and it's East Central back-to-back girls and boys action. High school hoops on 1480 K-Rays being brought to you by our fine sports sponsors. Now we send it out live to Story Gymnasium for basketball action ×2. Conference play between Cheyenne East and Cheyenne Central. Girls up first, guys to follow. RJ Fox, Caleb Burgraff have all the calls for you, including our pregame show, beginning right here, right now, on 1480 KRAE.
RJ Fox, Caleb Burgraff, but a good evening, everyone. Welcome, Story Gymnasium, right in the middle of Cheyenne, Cheyenne Central, Cheyenne East, Caleb Burgraff. You could not ask for a better setting in the state.
Absolutely not. It is one of the biggest gyms in the state. It is one of the biggest places to come to watch a game in the state, and plenty of history in this gym as well. It's always a pleasure watching these two teams take each other on.
It absolutely is. High school basketball on 1480 K-Ray is brought to you by these great sports sponsors, including Affordable Computer Repair, MHP LLP, Chick-fil-A, Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union, Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service, Page Lane at Number One Properties, Platte Valley Bank, Two Doors Down, the Gill Window Company, Burns Insurance Agency, Fat Boys Tire and Auto, First Tier Bank, Wyoming Department of Transportation, Kia of Cheyenne, Pepsi of Cheyenne, Cheyenne Frontier Days, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center, Halliday Subaru in Motor City, FNBO, and of course our scoreboard sponsor is Taco John's. And first thing we want to mention, yes, we are streaming on our YouTube channel, search engine 1480 KRAE, and you'll be able to find that live stream. It's there, and of course our great sponsors make that possible. We have two. Let's talk about the girls' game. You're talking two of the top teams in the state right now. Cheyenne East, 11-1, 2-0 in the conference. Cheyenne Central, 11-1, 2-0 in the conference. Something's got to give, right?
Well, and I think the most interesting thing about it is there's two different dynamics on those two teams, too, because one is very senior heavy, has been pushing for this moment for a long time under Coach Lindsay, and then on the other side, he got under Coach Westing. I mean, a team that is so young that they have maybe almost jumped ahead. People talked about the Denver Broncos kind of being a year ahead of schedule. It kind of feels that way for Cheyenne East right now, where they're ahead of schedule, and it almost feels like this is one of about 5 times that these teams could meet each other this year, including heading into the state tournament.
It is very possible. You know they're going to meet twice during the regular season. Then you got the regional tournament coming up. Then if they both make state, these teams could be playing each other 4, maybe 5. Who knows? It is all possible. I had a chance to catch up with head coach Zane Lindsay of the Cheyenne Central Lady Indians. This is an Indians home game. Let's come back to that interview right after a 2-minute timeout, a 2-minute break. You're listening to and watching high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
Hi, this is Larry Proity talking about affordable computer repair. You know, right now is the perfect time to start thinking about the holidays. Hi, this is Larry Proity for Gift Connections, now on eBay. On your computer, go to ebay.com/str/gift connections without the I in connections. Hi, this is Larry Proity talking about affordable computer repair. Lanny at Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne reminds you whenever your personal computer, laptop, or iPad is not performing to your standards, then it's time to call Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne at 307-256-8971 and let Lanny's many years of experience fix or address the problems that may exist. Also, watch out for those bad elements out there to harm your computer. Affordable Computer Repair is the perfect choice to consult you on the proper maintenance for your systems. Remember, it's Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne. Please call 256-8971. Since 1992, I've taken quite a few of the Proetti family vehicles to have them serviced at Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service. This is Larry Proetti from the Morning Pro Shop on KYOI-FM, inviting you to come to locally owned and operated Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service at 604 West Lincoln Way. I can tell you everything that needed to be serviced or fixed. John and his professional staff have been there to take care of those minor annoyances so they don't multiply into bigger problems. For example, regular oil changes, replacing a heating and air conditioning unit, shocks, windshield wipers, batteries, even replacing the bulbs in my headlights and my brake lights. But the most important feature at Cars is that John is a TechNet professional, which says he is one of the best and trusted in the country to do service on your vehicle. Open Monday through Friday. Stop by to 604 West Lincoln Way or call for an appointment at 632-0498. Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service.
Welcome back to the 1480 K-Ray pregame show, along with me, Cheyenne Central Lady Indian head coach Zane Lindsay. And Coach, I just had the quick quote with you. You had a pretty good trip north, and that's not an easy trip to make, but you come out with 2 wins.
Yeah, absolutely. That's never an easy one to make. You know, having to play in Gillette on Friday night, seems like half their town comes out to those games, and that's a tough place to play in Campbell County High School. And then having a kind of a sketchy road trip from Gillette to Sheridan with the roads up there, and taking a little bit longer than what we thought it would be. Then to wake up early and play the defending state champs in Sheridan. And girls just battled the entire time. There was I told the girls after the game, I was like, I'm not entirely sure how we won that game, but what I'm proud about is that we won the game. And you found a way to, because we didn't play our best, but we're still able to beat one of the top teams while not being 100%.
Let's talk about these top teams. You look at the standings in your division. You look at the 4A, and there's 2 teams, and then there's a big gap.
Yep.
Unfortunately, well, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, the other team that's 11-1, they're 2-0, the Cheyenne East Lady T-Birds.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this for these last couple of days of practice with the girls. Is that you can't just focus on, this is the East game. This is the one team versus 2 team in the state. And we got to have the same mindset. If Campbell County was number 1 or Sheridan was number 1, just be able to come in and play a really good basketball team. You're going to have to be dialed in from the start, and the only difference is that's going to be in a sweet atmosphere tonight, and hopefully this place is rocking, and just be excited for the opportunity that you get to play another good basketball team, and it's going to take all 32 minutes tonight.
The games at Story Gym are special.
Absolutely.
There is something about this place. I have seen more weird stuff happen in high school basketball on this gymnasium floor than I have any place else.
Yeah, and it's just one of the coolest environments. I don't think any other rivalry in Wyoming fields an arena like this for just one single game, especially on a Wednesday night. So it's just exciting feeling, and these are always the games that you circle on the calendar because there's going to be a lot of people here. It's going to be loud. Kind of when you make a big play and there's a big roar of the crowd, kind of sends chills down your spine, and just like, man, this is what high school sports is all about.
Absolutely. Now, for the Cheyenne Central Lady Indians to come out of here successful tonight, your guard. Let's start with the guard play, and that's going to start with McKay Garrick. She's the main ball handler. You're going to need good games from her.
Yeah, she's going to take care of the ball, but she's also going to have to play really good defense too, and that's what we're going to need from her. To kind of overwhelm their guards, and I think we got 2 or 3 of them that can kind of cause them some fits, and so being able to get some good guard play out of them, and I think they're up for the challenge tonight.
And then, of course, you need Izzy Kelly and Ava Newton. Wow, they're a great 1-2 punch. You need them to come through.
They are, and we got a couple more in there with them. It's going to take more than 1, 2, or 3 of them. It's going to take all of them, just like what East is going to have to. It's going to have to take more than their 2 or 3 horses. We're going to have our horse is going to have to play a good game, then also our role players are going to step up and play well too.
Now let's take a look at the Lady T-Birds from Cheyenne East. That's a pretty stacked lineup.
It is. You look at Jade and Cashlyn, probably the 2 tallest and one of the 2 most talented bigs in the entire state. So being able to limit what they get and also keeping them off the boards is going to be quite the challenge. And then being able to get out on shooters. Peyton Hall's getting over 10 points a game. And so being able to make her life a little bit difficult tonight, whether it's handling the ball or getting hands up on shooters. And if they do make a basket, make sure it's a tough contested basket if they don't get any freebies.
Now, you mentioned the size. Cheyenne East, they got you. Just for physical size, they're a bigger team. They're a taller team. How are you going to be able to fight on this?
We're going to have to run, and that's fortunately for us, that's what we're really good at, is getting up and down the floor. So, they have us in height, but I think we got them in the speed department. And so if we're able to get out and run, I like our chances, and try not to turn this into a half-court game because, like you said, with their height, they cause some issues. If it gets to a half-court game, I'm not extremely worried, but, be able to get out and run is what we do anyways. And so that's more of an emphasis tonight.
It's going to be an outstanding game. I look forward to it. Both teams 11-1. You're 2-0. Winner's got a leg up, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I talked to the girls too about this. Is if we want to accomplish what we want to accomplish this year, we're going to see these guys again in the regular season. But if we do what we're supposed to do, we'll see them in the regional tournament. We'll probably see them in the state tournament. So this isn't our Super Bowl. This isn't the one win. If we're going to see these guys again, and to beat state tournament playoff teams, we're going to have to find a way to beat them down. So this would be a good test for us. I'm excited to see where we're at.
That is something because, I mean, you're going to see them twice during the regular season. Chances are you're going to see them in regional. You may even see them again in state. You may end up playing these guys 4 times in one season.
Yeah, that's what I talk to the girls about is don't make sure we are all in, but at the same point, win or lose, the sun's going to come up tomorrow.
It's not going to crush you.
That's not going to crush us. If we win, great. If we lose, take this as a learning opportunity because we're going to get these guys again, and I'm excited when we get them again.
At least, if nothing else, at least you're going to get a plan of what you can try next time.
Yeah, exactly. And, it's also going to tell us where we're at as a team. I think we're a pretty good team right now, but, when you're playing the number 1 team in the state, it gives you a great opportunity to be able to see, all right, I was right, or all right, maybe I was wrong a little bit, and focus on the things that we struggle with against these good teams.
All right. We're going to wish you good luck. Zane Lindsay, head coach of the Lady Indians. We'll be back and set the starting lineups. We're back in 60 seconds. You're listening to and watching high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
Chick-fil-A at Windmill and Delrange serves up breakfast, lunch, and dinner each Monday through Saturday. And at Chick-fil-A, they don't have to stray from their menu. They're proud of what they do all the time. Chicken. Check them out online at CheyenneChicken.com and have them cater your next event. Use the convenient drive-thrus. Come inside or use the Chick-fil-A app to do your next order. Chick-fil-A at Windmill and Delrange. Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union is now offering a simple way to help make your money work for you. Meridian Trust will now pay 4% interest on their Max Rewards free checking accounts with balances up to $25,000 per month. Get all the details at mymeridiantrust.com or stop by your local Meridian Trust branch with 3 locations in Cheyenne. 4349 East Lincoln Way, 1602 East Prairie Avenue, and downtown at 2223 Warren Avenue. Right now is the perfect time to become a Meridian Trust member. Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union, where your deposits are safely insured by the NCUA. Be sure to stop in today. Paige Lane at Number One Properties is a tremendous supporter of our local student athletes and extends sincere best wishes during the season to our local and county high schools. Paige is extremely proud to be a member of our great community. So when buying or selling your property, the one name people have trusted through the years to take care of your personal needs and desires for your home is Paige Lane at Number One Properties, including making sure that all I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And most importantly, Paige is thankful for your referrals too. Talk with Paige Lane today at Number One Properties.
Overnight stays, weekend getaways, or last-minute vacations. However you choose to get away, earn double rewards on your travel purchases with your Platte Valley Bank Rewards credit card. Earning is twice as nice on hotels, airlines, car rentals, and more, now through December 31st. As always, earn 1 point per dollar spent on everything else, plus no annual fee. Apply now at pvbank.com and start earning double today.
Platte Valley Bank, member FDIC. Subject to credit approval, certain restrictions apply. Special offer only valid on consumer rewards credit card.
She shoots, she scores. It's nothing but net for your family dinner tonight at Two Doors Down. Two Doors Down is perfect for the active family with an expanded menu featuring Cheyenne's favorite gourmet burgers served with bottomless fries to your favorite platters, pastas, pizza, salads, a full kids menu, and much, much more. It's Two Doors Down. For a complete menu and specials, go to twodoorsdown.net. Two Doors Down, 118 East 17th Street. Flippin' great burgers since 2009.
Suddenly it's all so clear with Gill Windows.
The Gill Window Company in Cheyenne is a family-owned local window supplier that's been servicing Cheyenne and the area for over 30-plus years. If you're looking for replacement windows, sliding patio doors, or custom windows, the Gill Window Company is the perfect choice. Call 307-778-3037.
In their white uniforms, black numerals, red trim. Cheyenne East in their black uniforms with their blue trim, white numerals, white lettering.
Always good when you got the counteractive uniforms, just both in the red and the blue, but also you expect the white and the blacks. But two really good-looking sets of uniforms out there for these two teams. I've always liked the designs that they put out there for these groups.
Yeah, it's something else. And like I said, there is just an absolute ton of pink. And kudos to student bodies, both Cheyenne East, Cheyenne Central. I mean, they are decked out. So again, breast cancer awareness.
Thank you, cash your pause and take away for that message on sportsmanship. And now we would like to recognize.
So now again, your starters.
Student leaders from Central Triad.
For East, it's Peyton Perea, Cashlyn Haas, Taylor Schaefer, Jade Brown, and Peyton Hall.
Looks like we got our referee of the game, who has been honored out there. A couple of them that are being honored for the folks here. One for each referee out there on the court. Some students from Central High School and honored out there, as they are the helpers for the officials out there tonight.
Nice. I believe this is, I know one of the guys on this crew. This is the crew from Gillette. They're a pretty good crew. The introduction of players, that's what we're waiting on.
What's your key to the game tonight, RJ?
You know what? This is going to be interesting. I give an edge. I think I give an edge to Cheyenne East for the size. But also, I give an edge to Cheyenne Central because of their overall team speed. It's whoever controls the tempo. If Cheyenne Central is able to run up and down the court and push the tempo, then I think it's a Cheyenne Central game. But if Cheyenne East is able to slow the game down and play more of a half-court type of game, then it's big edge to Cheyenne East.
I'm going to go away from you on that one. I'm going to talk about the crowd a little bit on this one for my key to the game. I think it's going to really come down to whoever can not let the environment get into their heads first. A lot of these Chinese kids have obviously played in this environment before. They're young, but a lot of these kids have experience. I mean, this is one of those things where I talked with Coach Eric Westling before, it just kind of in banter chatting with him before and said, is this something where you are looking ahead a little bit too much sometimes to next year because of how good you are this year? And he said, you always do a little bit. But I think that was the same thing with last year. He was looking ahead a little bit to this year saying, man, I got to get these kids because this is an opportunity to really make myself a special run. So I think for the East kids, it's going to be not letting yourself get too invested too early into what the environment is. Don't get ahead of yourselves. On the other side, for Cheyenne Central, I think for the seniors, this is your last time playing at Story Gym. This is not something that you're going to get to experience much this year. You get another one in the regional tournament, which is going to be back here. But that's about it.
Yeah.
So don't think about this as your last game here because there's so much going on for it's not senior night, but there's so much going on. You have the senior plaques in the outside room. You got the video board deal that they're putting on right now as they bring in they had a company come in and put together a hype video for the teams. You have all this fanfare on the outside that as a senior you are so invested and you're like, man, this is my last chance to experience this. I hope that I hold on to it.
Yeah.
Don't let that get into you, and you have to still play your game, still play your moment. And that's what I think the biggest thing is. Don't get ahead of yourselves if you're East as far as the emotions go. And if you're Cheyenne Central, don't think about this as the last time. Think about this as the next time that you're out here on the court.
Most certainly. For Cheyenne Central, it's McKay Garrett, Taylor Wade, Carson Temple, Izzy Kelly, and Ava Newton.
Number 3, 5'3" senior,
I think Cheyenne Central's trying to steal a little of that Thunderdome type magic. Thunderdome at Cheyenne East, they put on the show. Not so much at Cheyenne Central because they're just too darn big. But you can do it in here.
Man, you got the smoke machine going. You got the light-ups underneath.
Yeah.
They always have this stuff over at Cheyenne Central, too. It's always there, but you can't necessarily get the feel for it as much.
Right.
Like you said, that giant space, and it's just so hard to cut it out. Plus the crowd here. I mean, you got to have probably a solid, it's about, I'd say, 2/3 full right now here at Story Gymnasium.
Yeah, and there are more people arriving. There's still people coming in. So I expect by the time we hit halftime of this place will be full to the rafters. Out into the middle for the jump ball. It's going to be Jade Brown at 6'2". And Carson Temple. The last time we saw Cheyenne Central, Carson Temple went off for 20, and that was against Natrona. This tip is going to be controlled by Cheyenne East. It'll be shaped, tried to get it into Brown. Pass going to be picked off, but it's going to be saved right into the hands and a whistle. They're going to say the ball was not saved, as stepping out of bounds will be Cheyenne Central. Triggering it in will be Cheyenne East. As bouncing it down, get it around to Brown. Brown for three. Count it.
Jade showing off her versatility right there. You always think about her as an inside presence, but showing off she can shoot.
Cheyenne Central down quickly. Kelly gives it off to Garrett. Garrett gets up the 8-footer, won't go. Rebound is going to be fought for, grabbed by Cheyenne East. Brown going to lead the break. Now we'll finally dish it back to Schaefer. Schaefer down into the corner. They'll dish it off to Hall. Hall turns it over. Here comes Central down in a hurry on the rush, up and in. And Carson Temple has got Cheyenne Central on the board, 3-2. With 7:06 to go. Central now comes out with the press, saving it. No, not saving it. I thought Taylor Schaefer had that one saved. She went into the bleachers.
This is something we didn't talk about, that chemistry for Central. Their full court press, that's one of the biggest weapons they have. They don't have to use it a lot because they usually don't need to press anymore after about the second quarter.
Garrick with the basketball. She'll go far side to Ava Newton. Newton comes top of the key to Temple, back to Garrick. Garrick on the elbow, out on top to Izzy Kelly. Kelly working against Schaefer. Off the screen, drives to the basket, up off the glass, and good.
4-0 run here for Central as they're starting to establish their game plan.
East with the basketball. They're going left to right across your K-Ray radio dial. Schaefer gives it to Brown. Brown, top of the key, now down into the corner. They'll get it off to Perea. Perea, she'll put it up for three. Good. 3-point shooting. Cheyenne East is putting it up there, and now you've got a foul near half court as East was attempting to press. That one is going to be on Peyton Hall of Cheyenne East. Her first, team's first. It'll be side out Cheyenne Central. Kelly brings it up for the Lady Indians. Goes far side, gives it off to Temple. Temple tried to get it inside, and that is going to be knocked away. Taylor Wade now it's into the hands. Shot up for three, no good by Temple. Rebound is going to be knocked out of bounds.
Yeah, unable to quite get both hands on that one. Izzy Kelly had it kind of falling. The three-point shot was so off the mark that it kind of went straight to Izzy Kelly, and she said, oh, I wasn't ready.
Was not ready for that pass. Hall will bring it up for the Lady T-Birds, gives it off to Brown. Brown into the corner, dishes it down to Hawes. Hawes into Brown. Brown down low on the box, turns into the lane. That one will jiggle around and fall. Jay Brown with 5, and the T-Birds lead 8-4 and a whistle at half court.
Brown starting to assert herself both inside and outside. You don't know where you got to guard her at this point in time. And you mentioned that she is she's long, but she's also quick in how she steps. She might be one of the faster players on this East team, to be honest, when it comes to coming up and down.
Bad news for Cheyenne East fans as Peyton Hall picks up her second. She will find a spot on the East bench. Central with the basketball, top of the key. Give it to Temple. Temple dishes it off. Shot up for three. No good. In and out by Wade. Rebound goes out of bounds. Into the ball game, Malaya Cruz.
I'm having to correct myself on where the three-point line is. I keep forgetting that it's the line was drawn in here for when LCCC was using this gymnasium. Just the black line, not the white line.
Yeah, the black line. That's all the farther you need to be, the black line. Is that kind of confusing, do you think?
I think for a player sometimes you get used to it from where you need to be at, but I think it does play a factor.
Carson Temple gets the rebound, drives the length of the floor, up off the glass and good. And now a pickoff, pass intended for Brown. Central with the interception, shot up, no good by Kelly. And East comes out with the basketball. Haas gives it to Schaefer to Brown. Brown drives the baseline, takes the 10-footer, up, no good. Rebound is going to be volleyballed around, knocked out of bounds. They're going to say last touched by Cheyenne Central.
I'll tell you,
Q Fonseca into the ball game as she'll replace Peyton Perea.
I'll tell you this, that full court press for East or for Central, they almost are too used to having wide open lanes. They're not used to the fact that East is going to get back and is going to play some defense on you there. So getting the steal is one thing, but you got to look for that full court fast break after you get the steal, but then you got to be able to pull back if it's not there.
Cashlin Haas triggers it in for Cheyenne East as she'll give it off. Running shot up, no good by Schaefer, as this ball will come out to Cheyenne Central. Kelly. Pass intended, but too far out of reach. Intended for Elizabeth Needham.
I feel like we're going to have a lot of adjustments by coaches in between the first and second quarter breaks once they can actually take that timeout and talk things over. Both coaches being patient with their rosters, though, halfway through this first quarter.
4:14 to go on the Taco John scoreboard. Is stepping out of bounds, trying to catch the pass. Malaya Cruz out near half court will turn it over. It will come back to Cheyenne Central. Kelly with the basketball, comes near side, thought about the three, drops it off for Elise Newton. Now they'll shoot it in. Ball was volleyballed around. Izzy Kelly come up with it, gets it out to Temple. Temple will drive, hands it off to Kelly. Kelly, 10-footer, won't go. Rebound, Schaefer of Cheyenne East. Gets it out to Fonseca across half court. Sets up, top of the key, gives it to Brown. Brown between the loops, hands it off to Cruz. Cruz dishes to Schaefer in the corner. Schaefer turns into the lane, going to kick this one back. Three-pointer on the way, up no good by Cruz. Long rebound is gathered in by Haas. Haas in the corner, gives it now to Brown. Brown turns, baseline jumper, too strong. Fight for the rebound and a whistle. Taylor Schaefer picks up her first. That'll be the third team foul. Into the ball game for Cheyenne East will be Emily Phelps as she'll replace Schaefer. Elise Newton comes out for Central.
First time we're really seeing full court pressure coming from East this aggressively. They've really been more of a half court trap team so far in this game, and now they extended all the way.
There's a drive runner up off the glass. Good by Carson Temple. Temple now with 6. East with the basketball. Pass intended for Brown. Got to go through her hands. Volleyballed around, knocked out of bounds into the Central bench. And ball will belong to the Indians. Peyton Perea checking back in. Riley Vasquez checking back in for East.
East doing a lot more subbing right now than you see from Central. Central's kind of letting their starters stick through this one and kind of set the tone.
We are tied at 8 with 2:46 to go on the Taco John scoreboard. There's a shot up no good by Needham. It will be rebounded out by Cheyenne East. There's the outlet pass intended for Fonseca, but it is going to be over her head and into the bleachers.
Man, you see this full court press from Central. It doesn't matter, make or miss. They get right back on you before you can even blink.
Taylon Wade checks in for Cheyenne Central. She'll replace Ava Newton. Out on top, it'll be Carson Temple. Out between the loops, goes far side to Kelly. Kelly for 3, air ball, gathered in by Cheyenne East. Here come the Lady T-Birds down in a hurry. That's Phelps. Phelps hands this one off. Three-pointer up by Haas, no good. Rebound grabbed by Cheyenne Central, so one and done. And the Lady Indians are going to get a chance as we are tied at 8 with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Gehrig goes far side to Temple. Temple into the lane, up with the hand, off the glass, won't go, but a whistle.
And good job being aggressive on that one. Got the defense extended to their left, and that meant they had to reach in, and by the time she was rising up, that reach in was on the wrist instead of on the ball.
Q Fonseca gets her first. Fourth team foul. Carson Temple nails her first free throw.
First lead for Central in the game. They've tied it a couple times. It's the first time they've actually been able to push in front.
Cheyenne Central, last time we saw them, just had an abysmal day at the free throw line as Temple nails them both. Lady Indians went like 7 for 20. Fonseca right in front of us. dumps it to head to Brown. Brown now goes far side to Fonseca. On the elbow, drives on Garrick, into the lane, up at the one hand, won't go, but a whistle.
This time Fonseca doing the same thing. It's all about moving the defense. People think that it's about post up, get there and move the ball somewhere. It's not necessarily that. That's a little bit of it. It's moving the defense. That's why height isn't, in today's basketball game, it's starting to trickle down to the high school game too. Height isn't as big of a factor as it used to be in the game of basketball. It's turning into a positionless game in a lot of ways. It still pays dividends to be tall, but on the same side, shifty guards are learning from the Steph Currys and from the Caitlin Clarks and learning, hey, I don't got to be big to dominate a game.
Fonseca makes the second, so she's 1 for 2. Central with a 1-point lead now, 10-9 with $1:36 to go here in the quarter. Garrick, top of the key, goes far side, gives it off to Kelly. Kelly back to Garrick. Garrick on the near side, right in front of us. Now reverses over to Kelly. Kelly. And now the pass back to Garrick, going to be tipped away out of bounds. Good hands there by Riley Vasquez. Or is that Vasquez?
Vasquez.
Vasquez. I'll let you call it, yeah. I'm good. Top of the key, Kelly. Comes to Garrick. Garrick swings it far side to Taylon Wade. Wade, three-pointer up, no good. Rebound is going to be grabbed by Vasquez. And a whistle.
Late game substitution number 3, Carson Temple on the floor for the T-Birds.
Schaefer back into the ball game for East. She'll replace Q Fonseca. Going to be Central basketball right in front of the East bench, right in front of us. Taylon Wade, top of the key, between the hoops. Comes near side, gives it off to Temple. Temple for 3, good.
And if Central starts hitting their three-point shots, that's going to be trouble for East.
Carson Temple with 11. Also into the ball game for East, Mackenzie Hall, Mac Hall. There's a long 3 up, no good by Vasquez. Rebound Cheyenne Central. Ahead to Kelly. Kelly tried to shoot it into Ava Newton, but the pass is going to be out of reach of everybody.
You're starting to see Central's kind of maturity starting to take its hold in this game at this point in time. East has been doing a good job of keeping their energy up, but now just that consistent pressure that you see from Central and consistent knowledge from Central starting to give them a little bit of an edge.
Temple on the baseline. Backs it out.
It's a 9-1 run right now for Central.
To Newton. Newton, as both Newtons are in the ball game. They'll go far side to Wade. Wade swings it around. They'll reverse it to Izzy Kelly. Kelly, she'll drive up off the glass, off the back of the iron, won't go. Rebound, though, grabbed by Brown, and that will end the quarter. After 1 quarter of play, Cheyenne East 9, Cheyenne Central 13, and it's been everything is advertised. We're back after a 30-second timeout. You're listening to and watching high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
Suddenly it's all so clear with Gill Windows.
The Gill Window Company in Cheyenne is a family-owned local window supplier that's been servicing Cheyenne and the area for over 30-plus years. If you're looking for replacement windows, sliding patio doors, or custom windows, the Gill Window Company is the perfect choice. Call 307-778-3037.
Suddenly it's all so clear with Gill Windows.
At Fat Boys Tire and Auto, our business is about more than just selling tires and fixing cars. We believe in faith, family, and community. The Fat Boys family has been serving Wyoming and Nebraska for over 50 years, and 3 generations later, our values have never changed. When you need tires or auto repairs, find the Fat Boys, and we'll treat you like family. Fat Boys Tire and Auto in Cheyenne, Laramie, Scotts Bluff, and Wheatland. Get price quotes and schedule service at fatboystires.com.
All proceeds go towards scholarships for students who want to be teachers.
And there we go, Malaya Cruz.
Cruz just a sophomore again. She plays big minutes for this team as a youngster.
This whole East team is young, and that's scary.
2 seniors.
And now
Three.
they bump the turnoff. Schaefer is going to come up with it for Cheyenne East. Here's the fast break. Got too far under the basket and has her shot blocked.
Big part of that was East Carson Temple got back. She did not give Schaefer any room to breathe after she got that steal and said, no, I'm going to be right on top of you. That's something that East isn't used to. Same thing that Central wasn't used to it.
Schaefer off the inbounds play for three. No good, and a whistle. I believe you're going to have a foul here on the rebound indeed.
Hawes just picked that one up. That's her first.
Caitlin Hawes, her first, team's first in this quarter. Peyton Hall, we saw this though before when they played Natrona. Peyton Hall spending a lot of time on the bench with 2 personals early on.
And right now, that's part of what I'm talking about with this Central team. They're probably the quickest team that East has played against so far this year, and they're taking advantage of that one. Nobody is standing still for Central.
Right.
This is a team that gets out on the run and gets out on the run quick. They don't sub a whole lot during the first parts of their games, so you're not talking about in shape, you're talking about in better shape.
So Hawes picks up her second. Q Fonseca will check back in. It'll be Central basketball over into the corner to Kelly. Izzy Kelly on the drive. Dishes it out, kicks it out, shot up, no good by Needham. A rebound is going to be put back up and in by Taylor Wade.
Well, how about the rebounding right now for Central? That's a couple of offensive rebounds they've been able to pick up.
And that's huge. Brown with the basketball. Out on the elbow, out on top at the three-point arc. Gives it off to Schaefer. Schaefer with the left hand will drive into the lane, puts up the shot, no whistle. I believe she'll be fouled.
I don't know about that one.
I don't either.
I think they might have gotten it off of the block was good. I think they got the second person that was over there. I think the block came from Carson Temple. The foul was actually called on Taylor Wade, so I think it was to the body on the backside. So it makes a bit more sense if that's what they called.
It'll be East basketball underneath their own end. They trigger it in, get it to Perea. Perea, top of the key, gives it off to Schaefer. Schaefer now will reverse it over to Phelps. Phelps swings it around. There's his long three-point up, no good. And Peyton Perea limping along as Central down in a hurry. Layup up, no good by Kelly. And you're going to get stepping out of bounds on the rebound.
And I think East just lost track of where they were on the court, but they're going to keep possession of this one. I think the lines kind of threw off the official once again on that side of things, but it just comes back down to getting out on the break. I mean, there's somebody already running down the court, and I'll tell you what, if Izzy Kelly goes into that, holds onto the ball, and waits a second, she not only makes the layup, she probably has an and one on that play.
And one, yeah. So Peyton, coming out of the ball game, Peyton Perea, I don't know, probably looked like turned an ankle. Coming into her for her will be Mac Hall. Schaefer, top of the key, between the loops, now goes far side. Down low, Hall kicks it out, three-pointer up and no good. Rebound knocked out of bounds, last touch by Cheyenne East. Emily Phelps, again, I've seen this, I think the players are getting confused by that second three-point line. Gehrig, far side. Kicks this one back to Needham. Needham gives it off to Wade. Wade swings it around to Temple. Temple, nice pass inside to Needham. Her 5-footer won't go. Rebounded Cheyenne East. Schaefer ahead quickly to Phelps. Phelps drives, has the ball stripped away, taken away, and a whistle.
1-1 free or so, and that's on number 11 is who that's on.
That will be Elizabeth Needham.
Needham picked up her second. She's going to have to take a seat. This is also a test for her right now. You're talking about another young player, only a sophomore for this or junior for this roster, and she is getting some valuable experience against size.
Yeah, she's been matched up against Jade Brown, and she's going to have to see that all next year, too. As there's a drive shot up by Perea, won't go. Rebound is going to be saved into the hands of Schaefer. Her putback won't go. And finally coming out with the basketball will be Ava Newton of Central. Ahead to Temple. Temple. Pass was intended for Urick, but it was like over her head.
There was another one in the corner, so it wasn't for her. The pass actually was intended for McCarrick. It was intended for McKay Gehrig.
Yeah.
And she just got in the way of it. That's what caused the turnover on that ball down to the corner.
And McKay Garrick down on the defensive end picks up her first.
That's McKay trying to make a makeup. She's trying to get back after the turnover. She said, I'm going to get back into this play one way or another. Third team foul against Central.
It'll be East basketball underneath their own end. They get it in. There's a shot up, no good for three. That was Vasquez, and rebound knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Cheyenne East. I believe it was Mac Hall that knocked that one out. Here comes Cheyenne Central. Central, again, pushing the tempo on this game. Ahead quickly. Their shot up into the glass. Good.
2 points, Izzy
Izzy Kelly gets her fourth to make it 17-9, and still a big run here by Cheyenne Central.
This was 8-4 in favor of East. It's 17-9 in favor of Central. That's a 13-1 run.
And they're picking it off right in front. Carson Temple. Temple going to take it the length of the floor.
Good pump fake on that one, too. Got Jade Brown to go by her. Jade was looking for the LeBron James block and ended up going, whoop. Where did they go?
Yeah. That's 13 for Temple, and now the ball is going to be knocked loose. Brown down on the floor. She's going to be tied up with Garrick.
Jade,
I was going to say possession arrow, I believe, is pointing towards Cheyenne East.
Jade committing the capital crime of bringing the ball down. That allowed 3 people from Central just to hover right on top of the ball. Got to keep it up, chest high or higher.
Yeah, at 6'2", you're easily the tallest girl on the court. Pass intended for Brown inside as Fonseca tried to get it in. It's going to be knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Central, so again, East will trigger it out. 4:18 to go, 19-9. Central with a 10-point lead on the Taco John scoreboard. And Cheyenne East has not scored in a long time.
We're trying to find another option outside of Jade Brown. She's got 5 of the 9 points for them, and right now Central tripling her every time she gets the ball. They're saying, we're going to stop your number one option. Find someone else to beat us.
And you're going to get an offensive foul here on Q Fonseca. That will be her second. Cheyenne East third team foul. Back into the ball game for Cheyenne Central will be Elizabeth Needham.
East kind of looks like they got punched in the mouth right now. I mean, like not just literal or like figuratively, but this almost looks like a literal punched in the mouth.
Yeah. Central down quickly. Needham into the lane, up with the right hand, won't go. Rebound knocked out. Grabbed by Wade. Wade out between the loops. Goes far side. Hands it off to Temple. Temple back to Kelly. Back to Temple. And pass almost stolen. Temple will get it back to Kelly. Needham from the corner. Off the iron. No good. Rebound grabbed by Cheyenne Central. Carson Temple.
Another offensive rebound. That's 5 or 6 now for Central.
And Temple drove for the basket. I think they're going to get a trip here.
Nope.
He traveled.
Stumbled over her own feet is what the officials are going to say on that one. That's a break for East because they need something to build on at this point in time. The run's up to 15-1.
3:22 to go on the Taco John scoreboard. East down in a hurry. Man, Mac Hall had that one just down close. But finally, Emily Phelps will end the drought for Cheyenne East, 19-11. As you can tell, we are right in front of the East student body. As that one is going to get knocked out of bounds. Last touch by the Lady Indians. So Cheyenne Central turning it over.
Now Central, they're getting some rest out there. Some of their younger players on the court right now. So see how that affects and impacts their offense and ability to run it.
Cheyenne East turned it right over as Schaefer fired that fastball. East down in a hurry, and collecting the easy bucket will be Izzy Kelly.
And that being said, Izzy Kelly, Ava Newton, both of them still out there on the court along with Carson Temple. I mean, that's your big three.
Not to mention Elise Newton. There's Mac Hall from the side. Count that one. Mac Hall finally takes a shot. She's had a couple of open looks.
But then they get back on a 3-on-1 against her. She had no choice.
And Carson Temple will get the easy bucket to make it 23-13.
East looks gassed right now, and East does not look like like this is pressure in your face from half court on.
Schaefer on the far side. Drives to the baseline. Marcy's double team. Ball knocked out of bounds. They're going to say last touch by Cheyenne East, or by Central. McKay Gehrig back into the ball game. She'll replace Elise Newton. Other than Jade Brown, Cheyenne East does not have a starter on the floor.
They're trying to get some messages going at this point in time. They do have Jade Brown out there.
She is the only starter. Taylon Wade, top of the key, taken away by Brown. Brown. Nice, quick hands on that one. Cruz dumps that one off. Shot up, out, in, out by Phelps. And finally the putback.
Looks like it was a head injury possibly to one of the Cheyenne Central girls. The basket's going to count, but you got to stop it after. If there's a head injury or something like that, you allow them to sub out on that side of things to keep the health of a head. It's different from a body or something like that.
Who got that bucket? Phelps?
10.
Phelps. That'll make it 23-15 with $1:27 to go. Central with the basketball, far side. Temple for three. Izzy Kelly, count it.
Every time East starts feeling like they might have something to build on, Central comes back with an answer.
As McKay Gehrig knocks that one out of bounds and collects a personal foul. That'll be her second.
It's like Temple's about to sub out for Needham on this one, looking like they're trying to get her a chance to get looked at. Her looks like she might be cramping a bit.
Game has clipped along at a pretty good pace. Both of these teams have been getting up and down the floor. East triggers it in. Cruz gives it back to Fonseca. Fonseca on the elbow. Lining up for the three. Off the side. No good by Cruz. Rebound. Long rebound and a whistle. Malaya Cruz gets her first. 4 team fouls on each. And now Central picking up everybody full court, but playing pretty lax. Central gets it back in a hurry. Shot up, no good from the side. Long rebound gathered back in as Taylon Wade, a second attempt by Kelly is no good. And then finally getting it back up and in.
Another offensive rebound, 2 more of them in fact, and that's been East's biggest problem. They cannot control inside right now despite their size.
A drive down quickly. Jade Brown is going to be fouled, I believe, Elise Newton.
And like I said, that's where it comes down to a big thing. Size is not the determining factor of basketball games anymore. It's aggression and the ability to move the basketball. And right now, East is not boxing out. East is not moving the basketball well. And East is finding themselves in a big deficit because of it. Down by 13, almost being doubled up.
So Jade Brown misses first. She'll get one more. Missed them both. Central clears it out. Wade gives it off to Izzy Kelly. Kelly across half court on a run. Now we'll pull it up down into the corner to Needham. Needham tried to shoot that one to Newton. Picked off by Brown. Brown right in front of us. Steps up into the lane. Shot up, no good. Blocked by Needham, but a whistle.
Great awareness by Brown. She realized the clock was winding down. Sometimes you want to pull that down, outlet it up ahead to somebody else. Brown said, look, if I can get this out past the defense in front of me, I can get onto the break and I can take it straight to the hoop. That was perfect play from Jade.
First shot by Brown is no good. Brown now 0 for 3 from the charity stripe.
Has not scored since she scored the first 2 of the first 3 baskets.
Ava Newton back into the ball game for the final 1.8. Brown finally knocks one home. And that will end your first half of play. What a half. Cheyenne East 16, Cheyenne Central 28. We'll be back after a 2-minute timeout. You're listening to and watching high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
Wyoming owned and operated since 1971, Burns Insurance is Wyoming's right choice for your insurance needs. Burns Insurance is a trusted choice, full-service, independent insurance agency offering a full range of commercial, agricultural, and personal insurance products through many national and regional carriers. Let our friendly, experienced agents help you find the right product at the right price for your asset protection. Buy the policy, get the agent at Burns Insurance, your right choice. Find Burns Insurance on Facebook or at burnsia.com.
At First Tier Bank, we strive to keep it simple. We offer great rates on a variety of CDs, and we don't make you open other accounts, or be a new customer, or use your debit card 12 times a month, or have a direct deposit to get them. We leave that nonsense to the new big green bank in town, or some colorful credit union. At First Tier, we simply invite you to come on in and call either of our 2 Cheyenne locations and get a great rate on a CD that fits your needs. Simple, the way it should be. First Tier Bank, 1508 Stillwater Avenue, or 18th and Cary in downtown Cheyenne. Member FDIC. Whether it's snow, sleet, or ice, winter weather can cause extremely dangerous road conditions. Preparing yourself and your vehicle for winter weather is key.
At the half is Cheyenne Central out in front, 28-16. And along with me is the Cheyenne Indians coach, as Randy Philbin. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Now, Cheyenne East, Cheyenne Central, Story Gymnasium. You can't get better than this.
No, it's one of the greatest high school atmospheres there is. I had the opportunity to play in it a long time ago, and when I went on to play college basketball, I told the guys, I said, we don't even play anything anywhere near what the Central East game is. So it's a great environment. It's great for our kids to get out in front of a crowd like this and get to go compete.
For your Indians, it's been kind of a mixed front half of the season here. You've done some good stuff. You've had some stuff wasn't so good. But you're a young team. Well, I don't want to say a young team, but this team, is it coming together for you?
Yeah, I think so, and we are young as far as varsity experience. We have a lot of seniors, but we graduated 9 seniors last year, and so wasn't a lot of varsity opportunity, and I think our guys are just really learning the speed of the game. I think that's been our biggest adjustment is everything's just a little bit faster. You got to get your shot off a little quicker. You got to play a little more physical. And we have been up and down. Defensively, we've been pretty good most of the year, and I truly feel offensively it's going to start to gel. We got a lot of football guys that are kind of getting their, kind of back in the basketball world, and I thought we played offensively better last weekend, and then our defense kind of fell off. So we just need to put 4 quarters together, and then I really think the big part of this game is handling the atmosphere and not letting the atmosphere handle you.
Looking at your opponent for tonight, the Cheyenne East Thunderbirds, I mean, there's not a lot of secrets between East and Central, is there?
No, I mean, at this point in the season, everybody's got film on everybody, and when you really look at their season versus ours, it's been similar, minus the fact that they've won a couple more games than us, and they've obviously been playing way better offensively. So we've got a huge test on us. They're a good coach team. I respect the heck out of Sly and his coaching staff, and I know they're going to be ready to go, and I hope that our guys are ready to go, and it's just a fun game.
Size-wise, they've got a few guys that are pretty good, but really one of the more athletic guys is that you got Cam Nath.
Yeah, he's a great athlete. I had the opportunity to coach him in youth tackle football years ago, and he was a special football player too. And he's a load. He's athletic and he's got a motor. So we're going to have to do a good job, and it can't just be one guy. We gotta play good team defense, and everybody's got to help each other out.
For the Indians, what are the keys to getting a win tonight?
I think number one is taking care of the basketball and ending our possessions and shots that we want to take. And then number two is, just kind of get back to our identity. Early in the season, we were holding, really even good offensive teams under 50 points a game. I think if we can get back to that defensive mindset and keep this score, in the 50s, I think we got a good shot.
Coach Randy Philbin, we'll let you get back to work, sir.
Yeah, we appreciate your coverage and all you guys do for our kids, man. It's awesome. I know a lot of people, when we're on the road, they tune into you guys, so couldn't do without you guys, so thank you.
Yeah, and Larry pays us for this.
Yeah, that's
he pays Caleb. I don't get paid, but Caleb gets paid.
That doesn't hurt any. So
no, it don't.
We appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Head coach Randy Philbin of the Cheyenne Central Indians. We'll have boys action coming up right after this girls contest. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll check the scoring for Cheyenne East, Cheyenne Central girls. Back in 2 minutes. You're listening to and watching high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
No reason to slow down now. The new 2025 Kia K5 is here at Kia of Cheyenne. I'm AJ Miller, and the new 2025 Kia K5 now has a larger, more powerful standard engine or add a turbocharged engine with 290 horsepower. Get standard remote start and climate control, or go for all-wheel drive, heated seats, and steering wheel to be ready for any season. Kia of Cheyenne gives you more value for the money. Call 775-0123 or go to KiaofCheyenne.com and we'll make it easy.
That's the sound of a Mountain Dew. And that's you enjoying its refreshing citrus kick. That's a cool breeze suddenly whistling through your hair. Whoa. That's you realizing you're now on a mountain.
This is epic.
That's you stating the obvious. That's you stepping up to the plate. That's you winning your kickball game. That's you taking another sip of your Do the Do.
I got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Cheyenne Regional Medical Group's Smart Exam provides low-cost, convenient care for many common illnesses, including influenza, sore throats, headaches, allergies, and more. You will answer questions about your symptoms on our website, and a diagnosis and treatment plan will be sent to your inbox from a CRMG provider. Feel better faster with CRMG Smart Exam. Use today to diagnose your symptoms at CheyenneRegional.org/SmartExam.
Power your adventures with the all-electric 2024 Subaru Solterra. It has the rugged versatility of standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and 8.3 inches of ground clearance. It's the most advanced Subaru ever with our latest safety technology and zero emissions. The 2024 Subaru Solterra. Love is now electric. The all-new Subaru Solterra with prices starting at $46,300.
It's 28-16 Cheyenne Central out in front. Scoring for Cheyenne East, Mackenzie Hall, Mac Hall with 2. Q Fonseca with 1, Emily Phelps with 4, Peyton Perea with 3, Jade Brown with 6. The Lady T-Birds putting up 9 in the first, 7 in the second, for 16 at the half. For Cheyenne Central, Taylon Wade with 2, Izzy Kelly with 9, Ava Newton with 2, but it's been all Carson Temple, or a lot of Carson Temple. She's got 15. Lady Indians put up 13 in the first, 15 in the second, and lead here at the half, 28-16. Now, I will say this, and we saw this play out a few weeks ago when Cheyenne East played Natrona. Peyton Hall picked up a couple of early fouls and ended up setting a huge chunk of that first half. East was trailing at halftime to Natrona, but Peyton Hall came out in that third quarter, and Cheyenne East absolutely exploded all over the Phillies.
Yeah, they kind of do need that leadership on the court right now, because at this point in time, your 2 point guards have had to be Riley Vasquez and Q Fonseca. They're not bad point guards to have out there, but Peyton Hall is superior to them as far as just the ball handling skills go. And when you got a full court press like this one, Jade Brown's been one of the ones bringing the ball up the court for them. That's not a bad thing. She's a good ball handler, but when your post is bringing the ball up the court, it doesn't let her establish precedence down in the paint, which means that a physical team and a strong team like Central is going to be able to force her out, and that's kept Jade from getting into the beef of her game, which is 5 feet in. So I think that's going to be a key thing. You're absolutely right, RJ, of getting Peyton out there on the court and letting her run this offense.
For Cheyenne East, it'll be the same 5 that started: Perea, Haas, Schaefer, Brown, and Hall. For Cheyenne Central, Gehrig, Wade, Temple, Kelly, and Ava Newton. It'll be Cheyenne Central basketball to begin this third quarter, as the Lady Indians will be going left to right now across your K-Ray radio dial. Top of the key, Izzy Kelly. Comes far side to Temple. Temple swings it around to Newton. Newton cross courts it to Izzy Kelly. Now they'll reverse it. Temple, top of the key, driving on Brown. Gives it off to Newton. Shoot it down to Izzy Kelly on the baseline. Ball's going to be knocked away, taken away, and into the hands of Peyton Hall.
She just wasn't able to look at that one into her hands. That was more on her than on the defense.
Hall gives it off to Fonseca, and you're going to get a foul.
Moving screen is going to get called on East. I think that might be on Hall. It is on Hall.
That's a Peyton Hall. That's her third.
Coach Eric Westling coming over to check and see.
And Eric Westling is going, she's out there going, I'm okay.
I think the official that just came over and then said, I don't know if I would have called that one, but that wasn't my call to make. You never have the official that makes the call come over and actually talk to the coach. That's actually a coaching and officiating kind of doctrine that's there, because you leave it to somebody else for a little bit, and let the coach cool down before they see you again. But
yeah,
that was a questionable one.
Yeah, you didn't even play a minute. Peyton Hall picks up her third. She's gone. So any kind of restart that Cheyenne East was looking for, they lost it. As this pass from Temple, intended for somebody, goes out of bounds. It'll be Cheyenne East basketball. Schaefer ahead to Brown. Get it into Haas, up and good.
Haas needs to take over.
Using her strength as a drive, and you're going to get a whistle here. Izzy Kelly along the baseline. And Q Fonseca will pick up her third. So you got a pair of Lady Thunderbirds now. So Riley Vasquez into the ball game. She'll replace Q Fonseca. Central basketball underneath their own end. They get it into Kelly. Kelly to Gehrig. Gehrig drive, shot up, won't go. Rebound is going to be grabbed, put back up and in by Taylin Wade. 30-18, a 12-point lead for Cheyenne Central. As stepping right in front of that was Wade, making the steal ahead to Gehrig on the fast break. And McKay Gehrig gets the breakaway bucket. It is now 32-18.
And he starts out with a little bit of a run to get things going, finds their footing again, and then right off the bat, Central goes right back to him and says, hey, fine, we'll go right back to our bread and butter and get another steal and into the fast break.
Yeah, McKay Gehrig now picks up her third for Central. It'll be side out to the Lady T-Birds. Schaefer, top of the key. Goes far side, looking inside, was Fonseca, now back to Schaefer. To Haas. Shot in the baseline, up no good by Phelps. Rebounded out by Cheyenne Central. Ahead quickly, Gehrig, 8-footer, too long, and rebound fought for and a whistle.
Another offensive rebound inside for Cheyenne East and for Carson Temple. She has been the best post in this game. Not even close. She has been the number one post in this game for both teams.
Taylor Schaefer picks up her second for Cheyenne East. That'll bring into the ballgame Malaya Cruz. And again, for Cheyenne East, we're right back where we were. I mean, you only got a couple of starters on the floor. That's Brown and Hawes. First shot up and good by Carson Temple. She now has 16.
Just taking over this game. That's half of their offense.
Missed the second one, but the rebound is going to be grabbed by Newton. The putback won't go. Rebounded. Again, ground's going to be stolen away by Cheyenne East. Malaya Cruz down in a hurry. Backs it out to Phelps. Phelps goes far side. Hawes shot for three. Too strong off the back of the iron. And the rebound grabbed by Cheyenne Central. Here come the Lady Indians on the run. Up and in for Izzy Kelly.
It's the extra effort plays right now for Central.
Hawes gives that one off for three. Up. No good by Vasquez. Rebounded Cheyenne Central. And Cheyenne East is in danger of letting this ball game get away.
Yeah, you let Central get to 40 and you can't get to 20, then you're really going to start having to contemplate how you approach the rest of this game right now.
Running shot by Temple won't go. Rebound and a whistle.
Just swarming all over the top of Emily Phelps right there. She ends up getting the foul, but great job by Phelps on that point, getting inside and winning the rebound. That's the first time this second half I've seen somebody in a black jersey actually go in and fight for a rebound.
Fight for a rebound. Elise Newton picks up her second for Central. As East down quickly to Hawes. Hawes shot up in the lane, won't go. It was partially blocked. And Cheyenne Central is out on the run, off the glass and good. Izzy Kelly with her second fast break bucket, and it is now 37-18.
Coach Westland, I'm surprised hasn't taken a timeout here in this game yet, much left in this half right now. 3.5 in, you've only scored 2 points.
Hawes with the basketball at the free throw line, goes far side to Perea. Perea kicks it out to Cruz. Cruz into the corner to Hawes. Hawes thought about the three, blocked by Needham, taken away, and here comes Central on the break, and again Izzy Kelly will lay this one up off the glass. And Izzy Kelly now with 6 in the quarter, 15 on the game. 39-18, 21-point edge for Cheyenne Central.
Just outrunning them.
Hawes into the lane, shot up. No, she was bumped.
That was actually Perea.
Was that Perea? It was Perea. Elise Newton will pick up her third.
And you're seeing an East team right now that is gassed, hands on hips. They are not, they're a team that likes to run at tempo, but they can control that tempo, and they're not used to having to work this hard on the offensive side when they get to the half court, or having to run this much on the defensive side. I think that's the other part of it. Normally East is a team, when they get back on defense, they can kind of settle into that shell and just kind of wait for the team, catch your breath. That's when you get your rest, then get back out pushing it forward. They're not getting a chance to rest on any point in time.
Perea makes a second shot. So she makes 1 out of 2 to make it 39-19, a 20-point edge for Central. There's a three-pointer. Count it!
Taylor
Wade.
She kind of shimmied after she shot that one and got it to go.
Perea over on the far side, kicks it out on top to Phelps. Phelps tried to dump that one inside to Hall. Ball's going to be tipped away, taken away. Here comes Central, up with the left hand and good. Carson Temple. Temple now with 18.
3 points in this quarter for East right now still, and just having no response on the offensive side.
Brown will drive to the baseline, tried to loop it inside, has the ball knocked loose, going to get it back. Three-pointer up, won't go. Rebound fought for. Cheyenne Central comes out with it, and here we go. Lady Indians are up and off the glass is Carson Temple, as Carson Temple is putting on a show.
What do you do? I can see at this point in time why Coach Westling's not taking the timeout. I don't know if it helps much at this point in time right now. It's kind of one of those things. You've been trying to sub, you've been trying to talk to players. Nothing has been able to stop this bleeding. There is no tourniquet for this run right now.
There's a shot into the middle. Mackenzie Hall
And
finally gets that one up, and now you're going to get a timeout on the floor.
That's from Coach Westling, and that's a good timeout because you got a positive thing to talk about in it.
Absolutely. 2:32 to go on the Taco John scoreboard. 46-21. It's all Cheyenne Central. Back in 30 seconds. You're listening to high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
In the last week of July, you'll find the superstars of rodeo at Cheyenne Frontier Days. The world's top cowboys, cowgirls, buck and brocks, and toughest bulls. Grab your hat, pull on your boots, and join in the Cowboys' favorite rodeo. Rodeo tickets on sale now. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West.
Being game day ready means bringing the die-hard passion. All in, all the time. And now you can show your Cowboys pride everywhere you go with the Cowboys Visa debit card. Free with FMBO free checking. Gear up, game on, and give it up for the Pokes every time you pay. The Cowboys Visa debit card, only at FMBO, the bank of the Cowboys. Bring it. Get yours today at fmbo.com/Cowboys. Member FDIC.
RJ Fox, Caleb Berggraf back at Story Gymnasium, where a game that we thought incredible. We were really anticipating a slobber knocker here, but really Cheyenne Central came out and just kind of walked away from Cheyenne East. And then when Peyton Hall came out of the game with the personal foul problems, really it's been all Lady Indians.
Yeah, and it's not even just that. I don't even know if her presence on the court would have changed it would have changed the amount of the deficit right now, but I don't even know if it would have changed the effect of it, because Central has just out-muscled every position on the court right now and shown off their strength. And that's what seniors, that's the difference between seniors and juniors, is seniors have a confidence and they are stronger than their junior counterparts.
Yep. McKay Garrick picks up her fourth. She'll stay on the floor as we are in the fourth quarter. 7:49 to go. Down the lane, Fonseca going to drop that one off to Cash Hawes, and Hawes will bank that one up and in. Cheyenne Central down quickly, shot up, no good by Temple. Rebounded by Cheyenne East. Schaefer. Going to give it off to Vasquez, or to Fonseca. To Brown. Brown tried to drive, going to have her pocket picked by Izzy Kelly. Here comes Kelly on the drive. Up, off the glass, won't go. Rebound, put back, no good by Temple. Again, the put back by Kelly won't go. And finally clearing it out for Cheyenne East is Schaefer. So Central, on a rare trip down the floor, did not get a bucket.
And that's after two more offensive rebounds.
Yeah. Vasquez for three, that's going to be short. But coming up with the rebound, the putback is Hawes.
I'll say this too, Taylor Schaefer, she had a really tough first half, to the point where I know Coach Eric Westling over here was having some conversations with her and actually put her on the bench for the final 2 minutes of it to kind of, okay, get yourself back collected. She has responded from that. Her presence on the inside, she has been the one showing that fight, that effort on the inside. Really good to see a player respond to a coach, calling your player and saying, hey, I need more from you. You're one of my leaders on this team. She's been another one of those steadying factors on the court for this roster for East.
So Elizabeth Needham collected the foul. Cashlyn Hawes is going to make both free throws. And the lead is 19, 49-30, Cheyenne Central. Needham with the basketball. Swings it around on top to Temple. Temple. Down into the corner, Izzy Kelly for three. Too long, too strong. Rebounded, grabbed by Newton, Ava Newton, and knocked out of bounds, but they're going to say last touched by Cheyenne East. Carson Temple will trigger it in. Got it in, and Newton, she got the shot up, but it is like partially deflected. Ball knocked out of bounds, a whistle. Going to give that one on Q Fonseca. That'll be her fourth. Headed to the line for a pair will be Ava Newton. Off to the side, no good. Peyton Perea will check back in. She'll replace Q Fonseca. Elise Newton will check in for Needham. And Ava Newton with one more to go. Missed them both. Fight for the rebound. Central comes out with it. Schaefer Pass intended for Perea, knocked away. Brown comes up with it. She'll get it to Schaefer, into the hands of Hawes, who will put it up and
in. East with a nice response here. That's a 5-0 run, or excuse me, 6-0 run now.
As 49-32, there's a shot up, no good. That shot was partially blocked by Brown. Brown with the basketball, shoots it over to Hawes. Hawes down the far sideline, down into the near corner. There's a shot for three, in, out, no good by Vasquez, and Cheyenne Central with the rebound. Izzy Kelly down in a hurry, dishes it off to Temple, who will put it up and in. And Cheyenne Central timeout. 51-32 with 5:36 to go on the Taco John scoreboard. We're back in 30. You're listening to high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
From your head to your toes, the Cheyenne Regional Medical Group orthopedics and surgical specialists are here to keep you moving. To better care for you, we've united orthopedics, surgery, therapy, and pain management into a single location at our West Campus in Cheyenne. With consultation, treatment, and rehabilitation all in one space, getting the care you deserve has never been easier. Schedule an appointment today at cheyenneregional.org/orthosurgical.
Draft back at Story Gymnasium. This is the first of two ball games on the night. Boys action to follow. For Cheyenne East, you're going to get the starters back on the floor. You're going to get Perea, Hawes, Schaefer, Brown, and Hall. Peyton Hall with 4 fouls. She has spent the majority of this ball game sitting on the bench. She will bring it up for Cheyenne East. Hall will drive, drops it. There's a shot from the corner. Count it for 3! Peyton Perea. 51-35.
He's starting to show some of that exuberance right now that we've been missing. There's a different look on their faces of confidence that's been missing for a little while. That's what a couple of good made shots will do for you. It's down to a 16-point game, so within shouting distance with 5 to go.
Yeah, Central now looks like they're going to maybe take a little air out of this thing. Now the ball is going to be knocked loose, and you're going to get the steal here. Timeout Cheyenne East. Brown had it on the floor, and timeout Eric Westling. So 4:58 to go. Thunderbirds are going to get it back in 30 seconds. You're listening to high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
MHP is a certified public accounting firm located in both Cheyenne and Fort Collins, offering accounting, tax, and consulting services to businesses, not-for-profit, government, and individual clients. MHP takes pride in their commitment to providing close, personal attention to their clients. They also continue to invest time and resources in continuing education, state-of-the-art computer technology, and valuing their relationships with you. MHP is a proud supporter of local and UW athletics. MHP, check them out at their new location at 1509 Penn Avenue in historic downtown Cheyenne, or call 634-2151.
Gymnasium, where Cheyenne East might be making a bit of a run here.
Yeah, it's a big hole to try and dig yourselves out of, but they have done the first part of coming back, and that does not allow Central to really get any offense going in this quarter. The other thing that they've done is they made a couple of outside shots. That's built your own confidence back up again, and it's spread out this zone. That's the other big thing that I haven't mentioned a whole lot of. Cheyenne Central's been out there in a zone defense almost this entire game. You got to shoot a team out of a zone, and East has not made threes until this quarter, so chance for them to maybe take advantage of a few of those.
Peyton Hall brings it down. Lost control. Izzy Kelly's going to cut up with it. She'll dish it off. Shot for 3 by Taylon Wade. Or they're going to give her 2, but Taylon Wade will knock that one home.
That just quieted some of the enthusiasm from East.
A little bit. Schaefer with the basketball. She'll drive against Needham. Tried to dump it inside to Hawes, but too many hands in there. Cheyenne Central comes up with it. Here's the drive up and count the bucket, Izzy Kelly. It was a 9-2 quarter as driving Peyton Hall, and she will draw the foul. That'll be 4 on Needham. That'll send Hall to the line. Hall has not scored. And, boy, Cheyenne East has really missed her leadership on the floor. Makes the first one.
First one's good.
Checking back into the ball game will be Ava Newton. She'll replace her sister Elise. Emily Phelps will check in for East as she'll replace Peyton Perea. So Hall with one more shot. That one's going to ring out. Cheyenne Central comes up with the rebound. Gives it off to Temple. Temple comes out top of the key and will drive through the lane. Shot up over Brown. No good. Rebound. Cash Haas of the Lady T-Birds.
Great.
Haas ahead to Brown. Goes far side. Now we'll swing it around. She'll drive to the baseline. Shot up. No good. Air ball. And Cheyenne Central comes out with it. Here's Carson Temple. Up off the glass. Count it.
I had a high school coach down in Colorado tell me about fake a pass, make a pass. That was the definition of a perfect example of that.
Schaefer with the basketball to Haas, into Brown. Brown into the lane. Up with the hand. Won't go. Rebound fought for on the ground. Izzy Kelly comes out with it for Central. She'll give it off to Needham. Needham has played some great minutes off the bench for Central in this game. They get it down in a hurry. And there, standing all alone, is Ava Newton, and she will get the easy bucket up off the glass. Hall with the basketball to Schaefer. Schaefer. And you're going to get a jump ball here as Schaefer ties up with Ava Newton.
And the Lady T-Birds, Riley Vasquez.
Elise Newton back into the ball game for Central. McKay Garrick into the ball game as Needham comes out and Taylon Wade comes out for Cheyenne Central. It'll be Lady Indians basketball. Bringing it up, and now you're going to get a call here on Elise Newton on a screen. That'll be 4 on Newton, Elise Newton. So Eric Westling here with 2:42 to go, kind of, I don't know, reining things in a little bit. Got a lot of subs on the floor. There's a three-pointer up and good. Cashlyn Haas. She's got 9 here in the quarter with 2:21 to go. Central just going to take the air out of the ball.
Yeah, Central calling off the dogs right now, and if East doesn't force them to, I don't know if Central's going to take another shot in this game.
It is a 20-point lead with 2 minutes to go.
This is good practice right now for Central. This is going to be one of the better defenses they're going to play against all season long. So a good chance to try that kind of time-killing efforts out there that you're not going to get pressured like this against most other teams. So great. I like the call from Coach Zane Lindsay right here.
McKay Garrick almost lost it, got it back into the hands of Newton, knocked out of bounds, and a whistle.
And if you're Central, you're in even a better spot because East has to foul you 3 more times before they can stay in line, because you can probably milk another 40, 45 seconds off of the clock unless they just go straight to fouling you, as long as you are good with where you're passing the ball to.
Riley Vasquez with the personal foul, her first. It'll be Central basketball underneath their own end. Needham had it knocked loose, lost it out of bounds, and Cheyenne East will get it back.
That'll help out East a little bit.
Fonseca brings it up for the Lady T-Birds. Into the lane, up at the running one-hander, won't go. Put back, too strong, and rebounded Cheyenne Central. Gehrig gives it off to Temple. Temple up off the glass and good. Carson Temple having a game.
26 points.
And a timeout on the floor with 1:16 to go. We're back in 30. You're listening to and watching high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
Far from ordinary and very capable, the new 2025 Kia Seltos is here and ready to take you through any season in style. I'm AJ Miller with Kia of Cheyenne, and it's time to experience the many features of the 2025 Kia Seltos. An available powerful turbocharged engine, 8-speed automatic transmission, adaptive all-wheel drive, to name a few. See the value for the money with the Kia Seltos at Kia of Cheyenne. Call 775-0123 or go to kiaofcheyenne.com and we'll make it easy.
RJ Fox, Caleb Berggraf. Don't forget, we've got boys basketball coming up after this one. As for Cheyenne Central, they've got the bench. Zane Lindsay has emptied the bench. And a double dribble over on the far side by Q Fonseca will turn it over. T-Birds have not done a good job taking care of the ball tonight. That and Cheyenne Central has just capitalized on just about every miscue. Into the corner, that Brenna Perriton got it off to Sammy Schaefer. Schaefer, right in the central bench, has it go off her hands out of bounds. So East will get it back 61-39 with under a minute to go. Fonseca will make the round, clear the screen, put it up off the glass, and good. Down quickly, ball's going to be knocked away by Vasquez into the central bench. So again, Central will get it back. They'll trigger it in. Central, shot up, no good. Rebounded out by Fonseca of Cheyenne East. 21 seconds. Brown. Top of the key. There's a shot by Hawes for three, too strong. Rebound grabbed by Perea. Her putback won't go, and a whistle.
Final window dressings on this one with 8.2 seconds to go.
So Ireland Hickson will get her first. Peyton Perea will head to the line. She's got 7 on the game, make it 8.
Tell you what, if you're East, though, this is one of those ones that sticks with you.
Yeah, oh yeah. Anytime you lose to the crosstown rival and you lose like this, these two teams do play again in February back here at Story Gym. Central with the basketball, and that will be the ball game. (61-42). This ball game was basically over quite a while ago. They just had to play it out on the scoreboard. We'll be back and run down through the numbers on this one after a 2-minute break, 2-minute timeout. You are listening to and watching high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
At Taco John's, we believe a better Taco Tuesday starts with better tacos. That means using 100% North American beef, cooking shells in-house daily, and a deal that makes you say, how are these only $1.29? Taco Tuesday is every Tuesday at Taco John's.
Power your adventures with the all-electric 2024 Subaru Solterra. It has the rugged versatility of standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and 8.3 inches of ground clearance. It's the most advanced Subaru ever with our latest safety technology and zero emissions. The 2024 Subaru Solterra. Love is now electric. The all-new Subaru Solterra with prices starting at $46,340. See dealer for details.
Come in now for the Subaru A Lot of Love event. Experience the Halliday difference at Halliday Subaru.
That's the sound of a Mountain Dew. And that's you enjoying its refreshing citrus kick. That's a cool breeze suddenly whistling through your hair.
Whoa!
That's you realizing you're now on a mountain.
This is epic!
That's you stating the obvious. That's you stepping up to the plate. That's you winning your kickball game.
Yes! Let's go!
That's you taking another sip of your Do the Do.
Whether snow, sleet, or ice, winter weather can cause extremely dangerous road conditions. Preparing yourself and your vehicle for winter weather is key. If you're stopped or stalled in wintry weather, stay focused on yourself and your passengers, your car, and your surroundings. Stay with your car. Let your car be seen. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning. Don't run your...
RJ Fox, Caleb Burgraff back at Story Gymnasium where the Cheyenne Central Lady Indians, I mean, let's face it, they put a licking on the Lady T-Birds of Cheyenne East. I really thought this was going to be a lot closer ball game. I thought it was going to be tight, back and forth type of affair. But I think the biggest thing that happened was Peyton Hall picked up 2 early fouls, sat through half of the first quarter, all the second quarter, comes back in the second half and the third quarter, doesn't even play a minute, and picks up her 3rd foul. And then it just was all downhill from there. So for Cheyenne East, man, things just did not work tonight.
Yeah, no, you say it was that you can't put it on one thing tonight. That's I think the biggest thing that I saw in this one.
Cheyenne Central played a great game.
Yeah, that Hall going out was big. We talked about kind of losing your ball handler, losing your leadership out there on the court was a big thing. But the other big thing is I don't think that Cheyenne East. And they haven't been pushed this year. Neither has Cheyenne Central, really, for that matter, this year. Neither one of them had really been challenged to any point in time. However, you go back to the veteran leadership that you have there. Cheyenne Central has been pushed multiple times in their careers over the course of playing on that side of things. And that's why I think when you suddenly had the face of it, they said, we know the level we need to be at in this contest and in this competition. We're going to bring that level to you. It's up to you to respond. East, nobody on that team could find that gear for an extended period of time, and you never saw them bring in the intensity. That's why they lost almost every stat category. The steals, the rebounding, the scoring obviously was not their side, but even just the control of the tempo and control of the game, you never felt like East had control of it.
In the pregame interview, when I talked with Zane Lindsay, I said, what are the keys? What's the biggest key for Cheyenne Central to get a win tonight? And basically he said, we're going to press. We're going to press the tempo. And that's what they did. It's not necessarily run, but they're going to press the tempo because Cheyenne East had size. So their game plan was basically just to run and negate the size.
Well, I think people forget because some of the size for Cheyenne Central is ball handlers.
Right.
I think people forget Cheyenne Central is not a small team. I mean, yes, you have 5'9" as most of your heights out there. Needham's a good 5'11", and Temple's a good 5'11". But the Newton twins, Izzy Kelly, all of them, Taylon Wade, all of them are still good-sized players, and they're strong. And you can be undersized if you are strong and can play up into that player's face. It's again positionless basketball on the Cheyenne East side or Cheyenne Central side of things. Anybody on that team can play any position, and sometimes those teams are more dangerous than the ones that you look at. And in my opinion, oftentimes those teams are more dangerous than the ones that you look at and say, man, they got a 7-footer, they got a 6-footer. It's going to be the 7. If that 6-footer knows how to play post, that 6-footer can be just as dangerous as a 7-footer inside. So
absolutely,
height is not. It's not 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, yeah, sure, you had height being the number one factor. Even 20 years ago, you had height being the number one factor. It's no longer that factor as it is anymore, and I think that's something that East was relying on a lot too much, because you play smaller schools, you play schools that don't necessarily have that caliber, which unfortunately a lot of the schedule that both of these teams have played have not had that caliber so far to them. You get used to suddenly relying on that height, and then suddenly, man, I can't rely on my height anymore. I actually have to be a good worker.
Right. Now you got to do something. Yeah. All right, checking the scoring. Let's first check for Cheyenne East. Not any big scorers. They had a lot of people in the scorebook, but that's because they played a lot of people. Mackenzie Hall, Mac Hall finishes with 4. Q Fonseca with 3. Roddy Vasquez with 3. Emily Phelps with 4. Peyton Perea with 8. They were led in scoring by Cashlyn Haas. Cash Haas with 11. Most of that in the fourth quarter. Taylor Schaefer with 2. Jay Brown with 6. Peyton Hall with just 1 point. Scoring for Cheyenne Central. You're gonna get a kick out of this one. McKay Garrick with 2. Then you had Ava Newton with 4. Taylon Wade was 9. And then how about Izzy Kelly with 20, Carson Temple with 26. Those two just absolutely dominated.
Yeah, and it was just their knowledge of how to attack their positions. Izzy Kelly getting out onto the fast break, being that leadership out on the front and saying, okay, I know somebody else is going to get the rebound. I'm going to get going down the court. That's what we talked about from kind of what they learned from the boys team last year, is just have that person leaking out. On the inside, Carson Temple is an amazing post.
Yeah.
She is absolutely great at what she does. And she dominated the rebounding game of this, and that's where she got the majority of her points, was second chance points she was able to put up.
And she certainly did a good job of that. The Lady T-Birds put up 9 in the first, 16 in the second, 10 in the third, and 15 in the fourth. 42 their total for Cheyenne Central. 13 in the second, 28 in the, or 13 in the first, 28 in the second, 21 in the first. Just 12 in the fourth, as they just kind of coasted on in, as the game was pretty much over by that point. And again, they finished with 61. So the Cheyenne Central Indians, Lady Indians, go to 12-1 overall, 3-0 in conference. Cheyenne East goes to 11-2 overall, 2-1 in conference play. And both of these teams will be heading for Gillette, Thunder Basin, on Friday and Saturday. So the fun never stops, that's for certain. That trip to Gillette, it's a tough place to play. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to take about a 3-minute timeout, a 3-minute break, as we'll let Caleb and I switch spots as we switch gears, as it is the T-Birds and the Indians up next. Back in 3 minutes. You're listening to and watching high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
Hi, this is Larry Prowity talking about affordable computer repair. Lanny at Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne reminds you whenever your personal computer, laptop, or iPad is not performing to your standards, then it's time to call Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne at 307-256-8971 and let Lanny's many years of experience fix or address the problems that may exist. Also, watch out for those bad elements out there to harm your computer. Affordable Computer Repair is the perfect choice to consult you on the proper maintenance for your systems. Remember, it's Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne. Please call 256-8971. MHP is a certified public accounting firm located in both Cheyenne and Fort Collins, offering accounting, tax, and consulting services to businesses, not-for-profit, government, and individual clients. MHP takes pride in their commitment to providing close, personal attention to their clients. They also continue to invest time and resources in continuing education, state-of-the-art computer technology, and valuing their relationships with you. MHP is a proud supporter of local and UW athletics. MHP. Check them out at their new location at 1509 Bend Avenue in historic downtown Cheyenne or call 634-2151. Since 1992, I've taken quite a few of the Proetti family vehicles to have them serviced at Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service. This is Larry Proetti from the Morning Pro Shop on KYOI-FM, inviting you to come to locally owned and operated Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service at 604 West Lincoln Way. I can tell you everything that needed to be serviced or fixed. John and his professional staff have been there to take care of those minor annoyances so they don't multiply into bigger problems. For example, regular oil changes, replacing a heating and air conditioning unit, shocks, windshield wipers, batteries, even replacing the bulbs in my headlights and my brake lights. But the most important feature at Cars is that John is a TechNet professional, which says he is one of the best and trusted in the country to do service on your vehicle. Open Monday through Friday. Stop by to 604 West Lincoln Way or call for an appointment at 632-0498. Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service. Chick-fil-A at Windmill and Delrange serves up breakfast, lunch, and dinner each Monday through Saturday. And at Chick-fil-A, they don't have to stray from their menu. They're proud of what they do all the time. Chicken. Check them out online.
The home of the rivalry in Cheyenne as Cheyenne Central and Cheyenne East continue their matchups. Women's game wrapping up 61-42. The Cheyenne Central Indians with a romp over Cheyenne East. Guys' game we're expecting a little bit different here, RJ.
We are. I think now both of these teams made the trip to Gillette Sheridan last week. Lost both games, but that Gillette Sheridan trip, that's a tough trip to make. It's hard to win in Gillette. It is really hard to win in Sheridan. So not really surprising. But we've watched these teams. They're actually kind of still, both of them, finding their own identity. For Cheyenne Central, this was a very successful, pretty much JV squad from last year. They're learning that varsity ball is a little different from what they played last year. And then Cheyenne East graduated just a wonderful team last year that finished third in the state tournament. And, you know, you're back. You really only got like one player from last year back, and they're learning to play as well. So it's been tough.
Well, new coaching systems and plus just I think you mentioned it. There's not many familiar faces for a lot of these teams that returned from them. Cheyenne Central comes into this game as the home team, 5-7, 0-2 in conference play. East Thunderbirds sitting at 6-6, 0-2 in conference play. A couple players to watch. We'll take a quick time out here in a second as well, but a couple players to watch in this game before we get to the starting lineups. Really got to keep an eye out on Cameron Nath for East and the Thunderbirds. The inside game was so important to the girls' game. It's going to be the same thing here. He's got to dominate on the inside. On the other side of things,
very explosive guy too.
On the other side of things for Cheyenne Central, it's really going to come down to what can you get from your speed and can you spread the ball around. There's not really a one-player type of effort on this team. It's going to have to be a very spread offense for this Cheyenne Central roster.
Yeah, they're going to have to move the ball, and they're going to have to take care of the ball, because if Cheyenne East gets out and starts running, it could be a long night for the Central Indians.
With that, we're going to step aside, take a 60-second timeout. When we come back, well, actually, we're going to take another 3-minute timeout. We got another national anthem coming your way, so we're going to step aside for another 3-minute timeout. When we come back, we will have the opening tip-off of this game as we get set for Cheyenne Central and the Indians hosting Cheyenne East and the Thunderbirds at historic Story Gymnasium here on a beautiful Wednesday night in Cheyenne. You're listening to and watching the high school basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
There's a lot going on here with the new 2025 Kia Carnival MPV. AJ Miller here for Kia of Cheyenne. It's time to see the new 2025 Kia Carnival with new styling, redesigned wheels, headlight and tail light design, a 287 horsepower engine and extensive driver assistance features, plus available dual power sunroofs, heated ventilated seats, and premium audio. Come by Kia of Cheyenne, call 775-0123 or go to kiaofcheyenne.com and we'll make it easy.
That's the sound of a Mountain Dew. And that's you enjoying its refreshing citrus kick. That's a cool breeze suddenly whistling through your hair.
Whoa!
That's you realizing you're now on a mountain.
This is epic!
That's you stating the obvious. That's you stepping up to the plate. That's you winning your kickball game.
Yes! Let's go!
That's you taking another sip of your Do the Do.
Learn how to navigate diabetes at Cheyenne Regional's first Community Diabetes Symposium, meant to empower and inform. There will be carnival-style games, light refreshments, vendors, and free A1C testing for the first 25 participants in the morning and afternoon. This event will take place on November 9th at the LCCC Clay Pathfinder Building. The adult track will be from 9 a.m. to noon, and the youth track will be from 1 to 4 p.m. To register, call 307-633-7667.
Power your adventures with the all-electric 2024 Subaru Solterra. It has the rugged versatility of standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and 8.3 inches of ground clearance. It's the most advanced Subaru ever with our latest safety technology and zero emissions. The 2024 Subaru Solterra. Love is now electric. The all-new Subaru Solterra with prices starting at $46,300.
You know, right now is the perfect time to start thinking about the holidays. Hi, this is Larry Prowdy for Gift Connections, now on eBay. On your computer, go to ebay.com/str/gift connections. Without the eye connections, and sample all of the exquisite line of Rolf Lidberg figurines and Tom-Tars that are imported from Sweden and sold here in Cheyenne and Laramie County. These are wonderful conversation pieces, or add that special extra touch during the holiday season. And they're also great gift ideas, too. Vince, the Cheyenne veteran, reminds you to order today and save 30% off your next order.
In the last week of July, you'll find the superstars of rodeo at Cheyenne Frontier Days. The world's top cowboys, cowgirls, buck and broncs, and toughest bulls. Grab your hat, pull on your boots, and join in the Cowboys' favorite rodeo. Rodeo tickets on sale now. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West.
To my left, RJ Fox, as we get ready for Central and East, the battle here at the home of the battle, I guess you gotta call it that, the neutral site. Both teams traveling about the same distance to get here over to Story Gymnasium. East having to go about a mile and a half to the west, and Central having to go about a mile and a half to the south in order to make their way here. Let's take a look at today's starting lineups for the two sides, starting with the home roster, as we'll see Tyler Hernandez wearing the number 2. Tate Berry, I should start with him, wearing the number 0. Tyler Davis wears the number 5. Nate Brenchley, the number 23. And Matt Clausen will be rounding things out as number 30. Big numbers on those teams to watch. You definitely got to keep a big eye out in terms of the central side of things on Matt Clausen with 7.1 points a game and 7.3 points a game for Nate Brenchley on the season so far. Nobody averaging double figures for the Central Indians. We talked about that balance. That's key for them. East Thunderbirds, they have Camden Nath leading things off. Number 2 is Camden Hassler. Number 4, Tanner Steiwine. And at number 15, Traden Johnson will be followed by Noah Jackson inside the big post for the East Thunderbirds. Their numbers a little bit different. They do have a couple of monsters that you got to keep an eye out on. Cam Nath, we talked about him pregame inside, 11.5 points a game. He's leading the roster on that side of things. And then a player coming off of the bench that we didn't mention yet that has been a huge boost for the Cheyenne East Thunderbirds so far has been Kanan Zawada, averaging 10 points a game so far. He's one of the first ones off the bench. 41% from three-point land so far on the season. Their best three-point shooter by far on the team. Doesn't necessarily have the quick from the free throw line, but he also ends up picking up a couple of assists per game and does some good work on the inside. When you got a bench player like that, that gives you a little bit more juice that you can pick up, and that little bit of surge right when the other team doesn't expect it.
You bet. It's like instant offense off the bench. It's a spark off the bench. That could be big in a game like this.
Rebounding is going to be another big thing to watch in this contest. Central rebounding 25 per game, 30 rebounds per game for Cheyenne East. And Cheyenne East, even with those 30 rebounds, is being out-rebounded. So Cheyenne East is going to have to make sure they don't give up the extra rebounds that they've been known to give up so far on the season and kind of control that. They're a team that puts up numbers. They average over 60 points a game, but opponents average 60 points a game for them as well. They average 30 rebounds a game. Opponents average 30 rebounds a game for them as well. They do everything right, but they let their opponents do everything right too, and that makes games a lot closer than they should be.
Well, it makes them a lot tougher, that's for certain. Once they learn how to cut down the opponent's opportunities, maybe cut down on the turnover, cut down on the giving up the rebounds. Once they learn how to do this, they got a lot of talent, and they're going to win some ball games.
Well, you talk about Cheyenne Central, they're a team that sits there and they do a lot of things right too. They're actually positive in almost every single one of those key stats. They're +2 in rebounding on the season. They're +1 in terms of assists and steals on the season. They're +1 in terms, 2 actually, in terms of turnovers on the season. They win those little things, but unfortunately their games, they don't have the offense yet. That's what we talked about at the beginning to produce that. They only average 44 points a game so far on the season. Their shooting percentages, only 24% from three-point land right now. That's a huge difference from last year when they had multiple three-point weapons in Shumway and Tatledge and Talledge and in all these weapons that they could shoot from the outside. And then the other kicker, and this one's the biggest one out of all of them, they don't take advantage of free throws. 54% from the free throw line is not going to win you games.
No, that is, when you get down to crunch time, it could very well come down to free throws. And you got to knock them home. You got to learn to knock them home. But, we have to remember, they are still the defending 4A state champs. Not the same team, though. They graduated 9 players off that team from last year. So that's hard to replace.
The light-up rally towels are lit behind the student section for Central and the Indians, as again, this is a Central Indians home game. The crowd has reached its peak. It is packed on the far side. You called it, RJ. I wasn't 100% certain. It is packed full on the far sideline, and I'm sure if we had a chance to actually get a look at it, it's pretty packed full behind us as well.
Yeah, it's filled up as the night has gone on.
Cheyenne East in their powder blue road uniforms, East written across the front in black lettering, blocks down the side of it with piping and a big blue patch in the middle. It's actually the exact same uniforms, just different colors for each team. White uniforms with that same piping pattern down the sides for Cheyenne Central, with Central across the front in black, outlined in red numerals to counter those blacks up top.
And for those Cheyenne East fans, they're looking for some payback after the girls' game.
Tate Berry will be in the center circle with Noah Jackson facing off against him. Cheyenne Central works right to left, East left to right on your radio dials and your video screens for those of you watching online at 1480 K-Ray's YouTube channel as we are streaming live there. 8 up on the clock. The War Chants making their way over the speaker systems, and everyone on their feet in these student sections as they are spilling over, and East is going to win the opening tip as it's taken by Camden Hassler. Gives over to the right side to Johnson. Now Jackson takes on the right side wing. Man-to-man defense being played by Central as Nath gives it back outside to Johnson. He'll pull up at the right elbow. Doesn't like anything that he sees as Nath puts up a shot blocked away by Berry, though, and the rebound scooped up by Hernandez underneath the hoop. First board for either team. Gives it up ahead to the right side. Pass moves for Central to Tyler Davis. Rotates it over to the left for Brenchley. Free throw line. Pulls up at the elbow. Gives to Hernandez. Rotated back over to the left side where it eventually ends up with Nate Brenchley over in the corner. Brenchley, good ball movement from Central right now. Everybody getting a touch on it as they move it down to Berry low in the post. Back outside. Jumper up from Tyler Davis off the back heel of the rim. Jackson gets the first touch on the rebound, spills out of his hands. Davis stripped away as he stripped it away, and it's going to be Johnson coming up with the ball. Good job getting back on defense by Central. They cover him. Johnson forces up one from the right block, can't get it to go. Rebound poked out of the hands of Nate Brenchley, and out of play it stays with Central.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of the backside of Slide Johnson in this ball game.
Ball inbound. It's going to be taken by Tanner Stuywain. Driven to the left side by Hassler. Back out to Stuywain. 3-ball halfway down. Doesn't go through. Tate Berry pulls back down the rebound for Central. They try to push the pace, but throw the ball out of bounds almost. Save back into play to East, where Nath pulls it down on the block, but pops a hop into a travel and turns the ball back over. First turnover by either team. Tate Berry kind of rabbit hopped his way into the post.
He did, trying to get an edge, trying to get to the glass.
6:44 to go. Central gets the ball off for the first turnover by either team in this one, as it'll be given over to Tyler Davis to bring forward. Gets across the timeline as Hassler hounds him all the way up to that right side. Back over to Clausen. Clausen behind the back, steps into the paint. Scoop shot up, too strong though, over the front of the rim. Johnson gets to his second rebound of the game, given back over to Hassler to take point. Wearing that pink headband here on Breast Cancer Awareness Night. They'll give it up to Jackson up top. Skip pass to the left side corner. Held on to there for a moment by Stuywain. He'll skip it back up top to Hassler. Fires up a 3-ball with a hand in his face off to the right side as Berry pulls down the rebound. Great defense there by Tyler Hernandez. 6:03 to go as Davis brings the ball forward. Swings it to the right side. Central trying to slow the pace down. That is Cam Nath, not letting him do it. He glides down the court on the steal and lays up the first basket of the game. East leads 2-0 after 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Right side, Hernandez slows it back down again. Definitely two different paces these two teams want to run. Brenchley, right elbow, gets caught up. Hernandez cuts to the hoop on the back door, gets caught, and then is going to be bailed out with a foul on the floor. I think it was almost a fact of Hernandez turning around. Johnson was in the wrong place at the wrong time and got caught with the foul.
Yeah, and now you're going to get substitutions for Cheyenne East.
So Johnson will sub out. He'll sub out for his brother, Sadell Johnson. Also checking onto the court, Kanan Zawada for the first time. We mentioned he's a player to watch in this game, as it'll be Central inbounding from the baseline. Taken extended on the short corner and drive underneath by Brenchley, laid up over the top of the rim. Gets the offensive rebound himself and pulls the ball back out, finding Davis top of the key, who slices through the defense but leaves the layup short off the side. Kanan Zawada with the board, outlets it up ahead to Sadell. Suns, Hassler top of the key. Hassler looking for the backdoor cutter, nearly throws it away as he and Nath not on the same page. Nath picks it back up again, elbow. Fires it around to Jackson, and now Hassler listening into Slide Johnson's going to back things out and reset the offense. 4:55 to go. Jackson up top. Thought about the three, instead feeds it down to Nath. Little baby hook settles its way through. Cam Nath gets his second basket of the game. Jackson, nice assist with 4:43 to go. East doubles up their lead 4-0. Drive to the hoop by Hernandez. Answers back with the floater. Took it on himself, but Hernandez drives inside as Hassler takes it over to the left side wing. Top of the key, Berry cuts him off from driving. As Nath gets it back over on the left wing, he'll play the opposite of what he got from Jackson last time. Feeds it down to his teammate, but he's going to be denied by tough defense. Clausen comes away with the board. Up ahead, Central tries to run. Hernandez gets denied from getting down low, and they'll bring it back around to the top of the key. Rotate it left side. Brenchley looks inside, trying to find Berry. Instead, Davis takes it to the free throw line. Backdoor cutter for Hernandez was nearly there, but Zawada gets the fingertip onto the ball and pokes it away from him. 4-2 after 4 minutes. Not a lot of offense in this one so far, RJ.
No, but a lot of intensity, that is for certain.
Two teams definitely bringing it. Central with the ball underneath their own hoop, as it'll be Hernandez to provide the inbound. Stands on his left side of the basket, facing out. Deep ball, picked up by Clausen. Top of the key, he'll yo-yo the ball a little bit. Bryson Philbin, by the way, subbed onto the court for Central during that last stoppage. Cade Brown also getting out there onto the court as Philbin takes it to the left side of the lane. Pulls up on the block, gives to Clausen beyond the three-point line. Tries to spin into the lane. Fade away up and halfway down before it's tipped out of bounds. Last off of Hassler as Berry fighting for the rebound forced East to not be able to get two hands on it.
Man, I'll tell you, that ball hit every part of the rim except for the bottom.
That was a great look. Central trying to tie things up. Third possession for them on this trip down the court after it was tipped out of bounds. They'll feed it down to Berry. The post goes to work. Little floater is good. Tate Berry evens us up at 4. A pair of 4-0 runs with 3:30 to go have us knotted up here in the first quarter at Story Gym. Ball dribbled around here by East, as they're going to see Hassler try to spin his way into lane. Fadeaway banks it up and in. Camden Hassler taking it on his own intuition, and he gives East back the lead. 3:14 left to go. Hernandez will bring this ball up the court, crosses over to his right, stripped to the ball though. There's Zawada, another brilliant defensive play as he takes that one coast to coast and lays it up and in. 8-4. East forcing the timeout by Cheyenne Central. It's a 30 by head coach Randy Philbin. We'll step aside, come back after 30 seconds ourselves. You're watching and listening to Cheyenne Central and Cheyenne East on 1480 K-Ray.
At Fat Boys Tire and Auto, our business is about more than just selling tires and fixing cars. We believe in faith, family, and community. The Fat Boys family has been serving Wyoming and Nebraska for over 50 years, and 3 generations later, our values have never changed. When you need tires or auto repairs, find the Fat Boys, and we'll treat you like family. Fat Boys Tire and Auto in Cheyenne, Laramie, Scottsbluff, and Wheatland. Get price quotes and schedule service at fatboystires.com.
Back out once again to a loud and raucous Story Gymnasium. 3:01 left to go here in the first quarter. East, a little burst of 4-0 with some defense leading to offense, has them on top as Central comes out of the timeout with the basketball. Cade Brown with the point, facing full court pressure, but they break it easily to the near side. Clausen throws the ball away. A.J. Dix with the steal, cruises down the court, but can't finish the layup. The rebound tipped outside to River Sawyer. His shot up and no good. And another rebound out of bounds. This lost off by East. Man, did A.J. Dix have an opportunity to take that one all the way to the house, but just didn't focus at the end.
Too wide open. Too easy.
So East will give away a possession there, but that defense has been good for East to start things off. That's what we saw Central do that really won the girls' game for them. 8-4, Central with the basketball, trying to work it against full court man-to-man pressure. We'll see Clausen take over with Zawada shadowing him up the court. Clausen looks to the right side, pulls up in the low block, gets caught down there, and eventually has to throw the ball away as he was trying to find Tyler Davis. No one around him, and throws it into the stands. Davis cut right, ball went left.
Ball goes into the stands, yeah.
2:27 to go on the turnover. As East will bring it back up left to right. Hassler, he's got 2 points in the game so far, taking over those point guard duties. 2:22 to go, dribbles it right side wing. Zawada rotates it to the left side. Handoff goes to River Sawyer. He wants to drive the baseline. Nothing there. Gives it back up top to Siddell. He'll drive to his left. Tries to shimmy back into the middle. Spins, loses the ball on the way up, but a lot of that was because of contact. Looks like Clausen's going to end up getting, no, they're going to get that one on Tyler Davis for the foul, as that's the first foul against Central in the game so far, and our first free throws of the game coming up, as Siddell Johnson will step to the free throw line for 2. Johnson on the season so far from the foul line. 45%, but not just home the first one. 10 for 21 on the season after that make.
He's only a sophomore.
Getting some valuable minutes here. This is another East team that is very young out there on the court. They have 3 seniors on their roster. Second free throw from Johnson off the front of the rim. That's no good. Will Little into the game, gets the rebound. He'll give the ball off to Philbin. And so drive free throw line, looks to the backside, can't find anyone there. Davis kicks it from the corner, drives inside himself. Gets it again after a pass inside to Little, fires up a shot from the left elbow. That's off the side of the rim, and Cam Nath comes away with his first rebound of the game as he'll slow down the tempo with 1:45 to go. And he sets up into the half court, up by 5. 100 ticks to go in the first quarter. Jackson spins to his right. Pulls the ball back outside after he saw good defense from Philbin. Central switching into a zone defense right now as they'll attack it with some good movement on the backside. Drive into the lane by Tanner Staywine is going to be resulted in an offensive foul and a turnover. So first foul on Tanner and first turnover officially on Cheyenne East. Got 2 turnovers on Central so far early on in this game. Davis brings the ball up the court, gives it to his left. Trevor Moreau onto the court for the first time. Acts as a pivot point before they find Brown. He'll try and attack, pulls up, gets a little bit of space, and that's an easy jumper for Cade Brown. He's one of those veterans that got some time last year, and he makes a big impact here. Cuts it to a single possession game, although inside, Noah Jackson goes right back into the teeth of defense and burrows his way up and has 2 free throws coming his way.
Yeah, that's, if you don't get the bucket, you're going to get the harm.
2 free throws coming up for Jackson. His free throw percentage on the season is 64%. And he cashes in on the first one, so he's going to improve that early on in this game. He's actually got the second best free throw percentage on the team, and he's taken the second most free throws on the team. Makes sense. He's your big post player. 10-6 after he made the first one. One more coming up. Noah fires, gets 2 for 2 on that trip, 3 for 4 from the line for East with a minute to go in the first quarter. They lead by 5. Look inside. Davis gets the ball back as they rotate it over to the left corner. Brown back up top to Davis. Central feeds it inside where Will Little tries to work into the post, has to push the ball back around. Philbin moves it back around to Davis. Wanting to attack, gets forced away from the ball by Staywine, and eventually they go back to the left side corner again where Philbin has to reset the offense with 32 seconds to go. Brown calls for a screen, doesn't get it, instead attacks, pulls up inside of the paint, gives it back out to Philbin, and he's going to travel with the basketball as he picked up that pivot foot before he could start the momentum going with the basketball. Another turnover for Cheyenne Central, 3 in the quarter.
Got to take care of the ball.
22 seconds to go. East can hold for the final shot. Dribble to the left side. Staywine pulls the ball out to Zawada. 11 seconds to go. Johnson takes the ball top of the key, tries to shimmy his way into the post, can't do it, gives it back to Zawada. He travels with 4.2 seconds to go to turn it over. Both teams costing themselves final possessions of the quarter.
Yeah, you always try to close out the quarter strong.
4 seconds to go as Central inbounds it backcourt against full court pressure. Davis looking up at the clock, gets the shot off in time, but way too high over the top. And that sends us to the second quarter. East on top, 11-6. They're controlling this game as we come back after a 30-second timeout here on 1480 K-Ray.
Wyoming owned and operated since 1971, Burns Insurance is Wyoming's right choice for your insurance needs. Burns Insurance is a trusted choice, full-service, independent insurance agency offering a full range of commercial, agricultural, and personal insurance products through many national and regional carriers. Let our friendly, experienced agents help you find the right product at the right price for your asset protection. Buy the policy, get the agent at Burns Insurance, your right choice. Find Burns Insurance on Facebook or at burnsia.com.
Rivalry. I know South is here too, but yeah. They're the youngsters in the rivalry still.
I have seen probably the best half of high school basketball I have ever seen in my entire life right here on this floor. Granted, that was 20 years ago. But that's when there was a fellow from Evanston by the name of J.C. Carroll.
Ooh, I've heard that name.
Who went on to play at Utah State, I believe. And, they came in and ran into a buzzsaw from Cheyenne East.
We get started once again with 7:56 to go in the second quarter. Central opens up with the ball down by 5 on the Taco John scoreboard as they'll move Hernandez back onto the court and he'll take possession. Bounces it off to Brown, right corner for 3. Quick shot, no good. Rebound bounces right into the hands of Traden Johnson. Outlet it up ahead to Cameron Knapp, and they're going to wave the basket off for basket interference as he was hanging on the hoop, trying to hold onto the hoop to get the ball in. And I don't think it's worthy of the technical. I don't think there was showboating. There was a reason he was hanging, but it is basket interference. It did touch off his fingertips on the way in.
And it's not going to count.
but they're not going to give the tee. These officials are given the correct. This was a great call by the official because Central just came out and said, wait, where's the tee for hanging?
Right.
That's a good way to kind of keep both coaches on their benches. Brown brings the ball forward after both sides fail to score on their opening possession. As Brown looks over to his left, sees a backdoor cutter. It's covered well, though, and Barry will come out to release the pressure, gives it back to Brown. Right side, pulls up, finds Philbin, top of the key, moves it back over to the left wing where Barry rises for three and buries it. Barry with the first deep ball of the game from either side so far as Bryson Philbin calls the proper number. First assist for Central so far in the game, unofficially too. 5:58 to go. Hassler bounces over to the left side where Cam Nath looks inside before Trey Johnson reverses it back over to the right wing. Feed it again, back underneath. Stewine gets it underneath to Johnson, but a foul is going to be called on the floor before the fact, and it's going to go against Tyler Hernandez as he picks up his first foul. First team foul on Central.
Now Central trying to scratch their way back into this one.
Hassler will inbound, lobs one in. Nath with the alley-oop layup, gets fouled in the act, too, and he's going to have a chance at the three-point play to answer back to Tate Berry's three-point play.
Man, the athleticism of Nath is just something else.
Well, Hassler is such a good passer for this Cheyenne East team, averaging 5 assists a night in high school.
Yeah.
13-9. Stays that way as the free throw misses off the front. Hernandez able to pull in the defensive board. Pushes the pace to the right side as Philbin looks inside to Barry. Can't see him there as Nath does a good job denying. Brown takes it over to the left side elbow, looks underneath, finds Hernandez, rotated back up top where Philbin drives inside, left-handed layup off the side of the rim, partially blocked. Trey Johnson with another rebound, goes up ahead, and Noah Jackson got the pass, but again could not get the ball onto the deck before he drove into the lane and turns it over for Cheyenne East.
A lot of intense play, but right now players just having a problem finishing the plays.
Young teams that haven't played in this environment before, maybe we talked about in the girls' game, they got to keep those emotions intact. 6:20 to go. Central gives it over to Cade Brown to bring forward. Finds Hernandez before pushing it over to Barry in the left side wing. Back up top, Clausen hold it for a moment as Johnson gave him some space, didn't take the three. Brown gets it instead on the right wing. Pushed up top, rotated again to the left side corner. Three ball up short off the side of the rim, no good. And the rebound fought for one by Noah Jackson. And a foul going to be picked up as well by Central. Their third already as Tyler Hernandez picks up his second. And Chris Martin will have to sub on as Hernandez has to take a seat.
Well, Cheyenne East could be making some trips to the free throw line before this period is out.
6 minutes still to go. Hassler, as the crowd falling to a little bit of a murmur right now, waiting for something to happen. Watches Jackson get the ball at the elbow. Hands off to Hassler. He'll kick it out to Johnson in the corner. Trey drives to the elbow. Now the block. Puts it up short off the side of the rim. Brown there for his first rebound of the game. Gets it up ahead to Barry. Pull-up jumper. Skips over the rim. Bounces into the hands of Matt Clausen, though, for the rebound. Gets it to the right corner. Skip pass to the near side from Martin. Stolen by Cam Nath as he'll get his second steal of the game. Outlets the ball up ahead to Johnson. An offensive foul on Johnson forces the turnover. Traden picks up his second foul as well. Both teams trade turnovers. And at 13-9, the crowd is not liking either side's calls.
No, right now, like I said, we're basically sitting right in front of the Cheyenne East student section. And not that they're vocal or anything.
Never.
No.
5:22 to go. It'll be back to Cheyenne Central to inbound the basketball as they take it over on the near side to bring up with Clausen. Guarded by Zawada, who's returned back onto the court. Trey Johnson giving way to Sidell Johnson as well. East also getting back A.J. Dix. Central gets caught with Clausen on the block. He was able to relieve the pressure with Barry, and they finally finish things out with Nate Brensley trying to drive. at the free throw line. He gets trapped inside of the lane. Brown comes over to take the ball from him. He cuts in, and he's going to have an offensive foul as well as he uses the elbow to clear some space and turns it back over. That's now 4 fouls and another offensive foul against Central.
Yeah, that was a great defense by A.J. Dick.
5:53 to go. Sadell Johnson gives it to the right corner all alone. 3-ball up and bottomed. Rivers Sawyer taking the pass and cashing in. 16-9, biggest lead of the game for either team. A 7-point advantage for East on the Taco John scoreboard. Central gives it to Martin to bring the ball forward. Just gets across the timeline as Zawada continues to hound Clausen. They move it over to the left side wing. Brenchley clears it top of the key, spins to the elbow, pulls up in the lane, tries to slide one through some defense, but can't get the blind drive shot to drop as Sadell Johnson comes away with the defensive board. He wants to attack. He shifts his way to his left. Left-handed layup can't go down, and the rebound picked up again by Central as they run the block. Brown takes it into the baseline, and he drops down the layup as that's just a good job running the court by Cheyenne Central. Zawada keeps the pace going, though. He answers back, spinning layup into the lane. Couldn't make the first shot count. Rebound goes to Rivers Sawyer, and A.J. Dix is going to get fouled as he tries to escape with a second rebound. That's free throws for Dix, just as you talked about. That's the bonus.
Yeah, Cheyenne East going to get some free throws, and they'll get free throws for about the next 4.5 minutes, or 3.5.
Cade Brown picks up his second foul on that play, so foul trouble now started to become an issue on the individual side of things for Cheyenne Central, as A.J. Dix, who has not recorded a free throw on the unofficial stats. Of course, they're unofficial because we don't have last week's stats included in these yet from Wild Preps. But he can't hit the first free throw, stays 16-11. But he's a youngster just getting some of his first time out here going back to last week.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of new faces breaking into the East lineup and the Central lineup.
The junior puts up the left-handed free throw. That's no good. Zawada there for the offensive rebound, though. Gets his second board of the game as they'll push it back out to Hassler. Zawada runs the weave, gives it to Rivers Sawyer. 3-ball off the heel of the rim. Rebound poked out, taken by Clausen up the court to the left side. Lays in the finger roll as Matt Clausen gets his first points of the contest. East will bring the ball back up the court, and the will try to build back up their lead down to 3. Just single possession game. Hassler takes it over to the left corner, drives baseline, pulls up as the double team draws around him, gives to Sadell. 3-ball up off the back of the rim. Rebound punched out of play to the baseline. Last touched by Barry with 3:06 to go. Trey Johnson returns onto the court for Rivers Sawyer. As Trey playing with 2 fouls will have to be careful. Inbounds play goes to Zawada. His 3-ball up, no good. And Johnson there for the putback. 5 rebounds. That's his first points of the game, though. He's making impacts on this game everywhere.
He is on both sides, just rebounding the basketball.
18-13 pushes the score with 2:49 to go as Clausen drives free throw line. He'll knife his way to the hoop and gets the answer back. He's got back-to-back buckets. 18-15 with 2:41 to go. Hassler to the left side, dribbles the ball off of his foot, picked up by Clausen on the far side. No look, save back to the middle. Well, Barry gets it all alone and takes it in for the lay-in. Crowd telling you how the Central fans feel about it. 18-17, it's a 1-point game as Trey Johnson takes it near the half-court stripe and gives to Hassler. They'll see a timeout taken by East as well. Sly Johnson's seen enough. He's not happy with the way his team has let East Central back into this one, and we'll take a timeout with them. Back in 30 seconds. You're listening to and watching basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
In the last week of July, you'll find the superstars of rodeo at Cheyenne Frontier Days. The world's top cowboys, cowgirls, buck and brocks, and toughest bulls. Grab your hat, pull on your boots, and join in the Cowboys' favorite rodeo. Rodeo tickets on sale now. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West.
2:17 remaining as we welcome you back to Story Gymnasium. East on top by 1, but Central on the prowl as they have gone on an 8-2 run in the last 3 minutes. Ball taken and released up top to Hassler as East opening with possession. Hassler gives it to Jackson in the right corner. Man-to-man defense being played by Central. Johnson gets it at the free throw line. Turns around, sees Stewine over on the left side. He gets hounded by a pair of Indians before he finds Johnson, and Johnson gets caught in the air. The initial person he was trying to pass the ball to was covered, and he ends up traveling with the basketball.
Yeah, wanted to make the pass, got up in the air, and then didn't have the pass.
And Davis will get the ball for the inbounds and bring this one up right to left on your video screens and radio dials. Ticking towards the first half's closure is a foul called about 40 feet from the hoop. Goes against Stewine. That's going to be his second. No, apologize. They get that one on Camden Hassler. Lots of players with just the single foul for East right now. Because that's their second team foul. They've played a very clean game on their side. Dribbling to his right, Davis looks inside, instead feeds it off to Clausen. Back to Davis in the corner, goes back around, and they rotate the ball left side. Philbin wants to attack, working against Nath from the top of the key, dribbles to the block before releasing it back up top. Clausen drives in. He'll follow that same route into the lane, fade away off the side of the rim, blocked, but they say that it was Johnson coming up with the foul, and he picks up his second on that play. As Clausen will step to the free throw line. He has scored 4 of the last 6 points for Cheyenne Central. Free throw numbers for Clausen on the season, just 45%, and stays true as he misses the first one. Chance still to tie it up with this next one. Righty. Fires and connects on free throw number 2. 5 points, but ties us up. That's the bigger factor. 18 all, minute 13 to go, second quarter. Hassler gives to the right side, drive inside. Stewine gets cut off from the baseline, throws the ball away. Another turnover against Cheyenne's East as the Central runs the court and takes their first lead of the game as Will Little comes away with the scoop in his first points. Back up the court, Zawada cut off from his drive in the lane, gives up to Hassler. He'll spin his way into the lane, gets cut off inside, and throws the ball away to Clausen, who comes away with another steal. Back-to-backs for Matt. 4 steals. First 2 steals of the game this quarter for Cheyenne Central. Clausen inside of the lane, stripped of the ball on the way up, gets it back, looks to his left, fade away, good. Clausen starting to take over as for Cheyenne Central up by 4. Zawada finds Nath. You got to get him involved again in this game, and they do. He goes right into the lane, misses the shot, but gets 2 free throws coming up.
Yeah, the thing is, Nath is so explosive that if you get him started and just keep feeding him, he can pack you. He can take your whole team.
Yeah, he's not a huge guy, only 6'2", but man, can he definitely bounce when he gets the ball. He's one of the stronger players on this team, I would gather.
Yeah, I think so.
Can't hit the first free throw, though, as he's only a 52% free throw shooter on the season. And he'll have one more attempt coming up, trying to cut it to at least a 1-possession game with 18 seconds to go. 0 for 2 at the line tonight, does have 6 points, only 1 rebound. Second free throw is good. 7 points ties him for the leading scorer in the game with Tate Berry and Matt Clausen from Central. Central, trouble getting the ball in, nearly throw it away. Davis able to take it off a deflection, though, gets over to the right sideline, lose the ball out of bounds, back to East. And the Thunderbirds have a chance to possibly tie, but at least cut it to a 1-point game if they can get a basket in the next 13 seconds. Nath gives it to Zawada. Dribbles the right side with 8 to go. Immediately attacks into the lane, drives into the lane, and an offensive foul is going to be called against Zawada as inside Bryson Philbin able to take the charge. That's the 5th turnover unofficially of the quarter against Cheyenne East.
Yeah, that time Zawada a little out of control on the drive.
First foul on Zawadin with 6.2 seconds to go. Central trying to move up the court quickly against full court pressure coming from the East Thunderbirds. Pass to the near side, finds Little. Will pulls up at the three-point line, rises and leaves it on the front of the rim, but can't get it to drop through. And that is going to send us to the break. 22-19. East had an 11-6 lead at the start of the quarter, but only get hold on a second. Central looking to try and see if they can get basket interference as somebody did reach up and grab the net as the ball was on it. We'll hold off a second here and see if they do any change on this one, as multiple Central coaches out talking to the officials over this point right now. It'd be a 3 points that they could definitely use.
You bet.
But either way, doesn't look like they're going to win their argument, first of all. But I'll tell you this, it has been a fun first half. Two sides winning each quarter has us with a 3-point lead for Central heading into the break. Back after this 2-minute timeout on 1480 K-Ray.
Hi, this is Larry Proaty talking about affordable computer repair. Lanny at Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne reminds you whenever your personal computer, laptop, or iPad is not performing to your standards, then it's time to call Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne at 307-256-8971 and let Lanny's many years of experience fix or address the problems that may exist. Also, watch out for those bad elements out there to harm your computer. Affordable Computer Repair is the perfect choice to consult you on the proper maintenance for your systems. Remember, it's Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne. Please call 256-8971. MHP is a certified public accounting firm located in both Cheyenne and Fort Collins, offering accounting, tax, and consulting services to businesses, not-for-profit, government, and individual clients. MHP takes pride in their commitment to providing close, personal attention to their clients. They also continue to invest time and resources in continuing education, state-of-the-art computer technology, and valuing their relationships with you. MHP is a proud supporter of local and UW athletics. MHP, check them out at their new location at 1509 Bend Avenue in historic downtown Cheyenne, or call 634-2151. Since 1992, I've taken quite a few of the Proetti family vehicles to have them serviced at Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service. This is Larry Proetti from the Morning Pro Shop on KYOI-FM, inviting you to come to locally owned and operated Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service at 604 West Lincoln Way. I can tell you everything that needed to be serviced or fixed. John and his professional staff have been there to take care of those minor annoyances so they don't multiply into bigger problems. For example, regular oil changes, replacing a heating and air conditioning unit, shocks, windshield wipers, batteries, even replacing the bulbs in my headlights and my brake lights. But the most important feature at Cars is that John is a TechNet professional, which says he is one of the best and trusted in the country to do service on your
The advantage of this one, they got senior night going on out there for the Cheyenne Central cheerleaders. You were kind of curious. I was like, hey, the cheerleaders don't have a senior night. They got to find another one for themselves, and this is the biggest crowd you'll get.
Oh, absolutely. You can't get any better than this. I mean, the place is full, right to the rafters.
Pink out, you got senior night for the cheerleaders, you got the rivalry in the house. Can't get much better than this one. As right now, the scoring, well, I think both coaches could feel a little bit better about where the scoring was at this point in time.
Yeah.
Central has the lead 22-19. It's all on the heels of Tate Berry and Matt Clausen, though. To two of them, 7 points each for over half of the offense that's been provided. Kate Brown's got 4 points. Tyler Hernandez has 2. As Will Little also has 2, but they've also gone 1 of 4 from the free throw line and have not taken advantage of their opportunities at the stripe.
No, we from week one we've been, man, must be free throw Monday, but nobody's taken the clue.
You look at the percentages, it definitely matches up when you look at the season numbers for most of these rosters. On the flip side of things, it hasn't been a heck of a lot better for East from the foul line. They're 4 of 8. There's going to be 4 of 7 from the foul line so far. They had the 11-6 lead at the quarter break. They actually pushed out to a 7-point lead at one point in time. but they could not quite hold on to that. It was 16-9, and then all of a sudden a 13-3 run comes out from your opponent. Cameron Nath with 7 points in the game. He was really quiet, though, in that second quarter. 2 for Camden Hassler, 3 for River Sawyer, 1 for Sidell Johnson, 2 for Kanan Zawada, 2 for Traden Johnson, and 2 for Noah Jackson. I mentioned in the pregame that the East Thunderbirds have the big scorers and the guys that you can look to for points. Central's the team that has to rely on balance. The score sheet says otherwise.
Yeah, and boy, that's the tough part about it. You get the feeling, Cheyenne, even though Central's got the lead here, is like the majority of the first half, I think, was kind of controlled by Cheyenne East. But Cheyenne Central kind of took that away from them in the tail end of that second quarter, got some quick buckets, got the lead here at the half, and boy, this second half ought to be a dandy.
Oh, I think so for sure. It is. When we come back, we're going to take a look at what exactly the second half keys to the contest are going to be for each team as they need to come back. But before we get to that, I'm going to talk a little bit about my guys and girls back at home. As Cheyenne is also the home of Laramie County Community College, and we got a couple of teams that have started off good in conference play, 1-0 for both of the men's and women's teams up at Laramie County Community College. 2 games coming up this weekend for them as well, and with all the local teams out of town, why not come over and support the Golden Eagles over there? They got Northwest College coming into town on Friday. That's also We Back Pat Night, which is Alzheimer's awareness. So we'll have a fundraiser going on for that. If you can't find anything on that, then we'll have a link so you can donate as well to Alzheimer's awareness. It's a fantastic group that helps fund the longest day, and it's a great cause. Of course, Pat Summit is who Pat we're talking about on We Back Pat, one of the most kind of influential Alzheimer's cases that has been out there. There's really about a ton of awareness to that. So that's going to be going on Friday night over at El Trip, 5:30 and 7:30 against Northwest. And then we got Central Wyoming coming into town, and those are must-wins for the Golden Eagles. Central Wyoming off to a rough one, but even more importantly, the former assistant coach for El Trip is the new head coach over at Central Wyoming.
Oh, you
really want to end up getting the win on the girls' side of that one and help Danielle Ronaldo feel a little bit better about, no, I didn't keep you around, so we're moving you down the road. So
we're done with you. Yeah.
That's coming up, and a big note on that one, noon and 2 o'clock instead of the typical 2 and 4 o'clock opening tips for that game, because the Blue and Gold Bash is coming up. And if you have not heard about that, that's our casino night that we have going on, which is for fundraising for LCCC Athletics. Some of the auction items, we have a Frank Crum autographed Broncos jersey.
Wow.
We have a Nimmo bat that is signed by Brandon Nimmo. We have a autographed Saints football that has multiple members of the New Orleans Saints team on it. There's obviously, of course, other stuff that you can find online at GoCCC.com, and I can't necessarily talk about that because we're covering a high school game at the current moment. But just understand there are a lot of things that adults will want to go and take a peek at.
So that sounds like a great time.
Absolutely it does. So you can find out more about that at GoCCC.com, as we have, so we can talk even a little bit more about this one because they stopped the clock with 3 minutes to go. It is, of course, senior night for the cheerleaders, and we are going to step aside and take a 2-minute timeout. When we come back, we'll focus a little bit more on what exactly the keys to the contest are for the second half. When we return, you are watching to and listening to Central and East basketball on 1480 K-Ray.
Being game day ready means bringing the die-hard passion. All in, all the time. And now you can show your Cowboys pride everywhere you go with the Cowboys Visa debit card, free with FMBO free checking. Gear up, game on, and give it up for the Pokes every time you pay. The Cowboys Visa debit card, only at FMBO, the bank of the Cowboys. Bring it. Get yours today at fmbo.com/Cowboys. Member FDIC.
Power your adventures with the all-electric 2024 Subaru Solterra. It has the rugged versatility of standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and 8.3 inches of ground clearance. It's the most advanced Subaru ever with our latest safety technology and zero emissions. The 2024 Subaru Solterra. Love is now electric. The all-new Subaru Solterra with prices starting at $46,340. See dealer for details.
Come in now for the Subaru A Lot of Love event. Experience the Halliday difference at Halliday Subaru.
From your head to your toes, the Cheyenne Regional Medical Group orthopedics and surgical specialists are here to keep you moving. To better care for you, we've united orthopedics, surgery, therapy, and pain management into a single location at our West Campus in Cheyenne. With consultation, treatment, and rehabilitation all in one space, getting the care you deserve has never been easier. Schedule an appointment today at cheyenneregional.org/orthosurgical.
That's the sound of a Mountain Dew. And that's you enjoying its refreshing citrus kick. That's a cool breeze suddenly whistling through your hair.
Whoa!
That's you realizing you're now on a mountain.
This is epic!
That's you stating the obvious. That's you stepping up to the plate. That's you winning your kickball.
Photograph alongside R.J. Fox, Larry Proetti back in a rare appearance, back on the board. Shout out to him for coming back out of his self-imposed banishment from being on air to join us once again. As I'm sure he wishes he was still banished at this moment in time.
You know what? The dude is just sitting back at the studio in his underwear, eating donuts, drinking coffee,
and complaining to us.
Complaining to us how we're screwing up everybody's names.
Oh, man, but we're getting to enjoy the crowd here as Story Gym has been packed here for this one. It is pink out, and it is breast cancer awareness as it's been a good day to raise some money for breast cancer awareness, but also it's been a great day to just take in some of this is high school atmosphere at its best when you talk about, you go down to Denver, this is one of the things that Cheyenne has over the Denver schools. You may talk about quality and better players coming out, all this other stuff that comes out of Colorado on that side of things, but I'll tell you what, this environment, you don't get this even at the state championships down there in Colorado. Your 5A games got maybe, 1,000, 1,500 people in it. You're talking 3,000 people in this building right now.
Yeah, at a high school game that is just a hoot.
On a Wednesday night, no less.
On a Wednesday night, yeah.
And it has been a fun game. And speaking of fun, what do you do in order to keep the fun going if you're a coach on either side, RJ?
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're Sly Johnson, you got to find some offense. You got to find a way to. You controlled the tempo of the ball game for about the first quarter and a half, but then you lost it, and then Central made a run. So now you got to find a way to get it back. And I think it's he who controls the tempo is going to control the ball game.
What about for Cheyenne Central?
Well, you got to do, they kind of went into a little bit of a helter-skelter type of mode and really stole that momentum away from Cheyenne East. And I think maybe that's what you got to stay with. You got to stick back to it. They hit some big outside shots, but you got to take care of the ball. They turned it over a bunch of times, and then they didn't really rebound all that great. But they did enough that they grabbed the momentum away from East in the latter part of the second quarter, and that's why they got the 3-point lead here at halftime.
Today's broadcast being presented to you here on 1480 K-Ray by Affordable Computer Repair, MHP LLP, Chick-fil-A, Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union, Shine Auto Repair and Service, Page Lane at Number 1 Properties, 2 Doors Down, Platte Valley Bank, The Gill Window Company, Fat Boys Tire and Auto, The Burns Insurance Agency, First Tier Bank, Wyoming's Department of Transportation, Kia of Cheyenne and Pepsi of Cheyenne, Cheyenne Frontier Days, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center, Holiday Subaru in Motor City, FNBO, and of course Taco John's, bringing you our scoreboard sponsor with just a few ticks of the clock to go before we get the second half of play rolling. The starters for the second half will be the same starters for Cheyenne East as they opened up the game with Cameron Nath, Camden Hassler, Tanner Stewine, Trayden Johnson, and Noah Jackson. Cheyenne Central still has not broken out of their timeout huddle, but I would assume it'll be the same starters for them as well.
I think so, and I believe it's going to be Cheyenne East basketball. It is.
East basketball coming out of the break. It will be those same starters: Tate Berry, Tyler Hernandez, Tyler Davis, Matt Clausen, and Nate Brenchley. for the Indians. East with the basketball, wearing those blues, working right to left on your video screens and radio dials with a 3-point advantage. Pass goes inside to Nath, hooked up to the top of the key as Hassler drives baseline, and he's going to end up bowling over one of the Central Indians inside, and that's going to be a foul called against Camden Hassler, his second. Turnover as well for Cheyenne East. That's a big thing that tripped them up in the second quarter. 5 turnovers unofficially. That's their first of this one, just 12 seconds in.
Got to take care of the ball. Every trip down is important.
Hassler will hound Davis as he brings the ball up a court against full court man-to-man. Bounces the ball off to Brenchley. Handoff goes Klassen, dribbles it to the left block. Pulls things back outside beyond the 3-point line as Hernandez rotates around the screen, drives in the lane, somehow is able to slip one through the defense for his second basket of the game, and it's a 5-point lead for Central, biggest of the game. Outside, Hassler takes it on the wing. Man-to-man being shown by Central once again as they work for their second defensive possession. Noah Jackson drives the lane, forces a shot up, no good. Tate Berry there for his third rebound. Gives it off to Hernandez to bring it up the right sideline. At the top of the key, he'll dribble it over to the wing. Hassler tips the ball into the Central students section, and the Indians will retain possession in front of their own fan base. 7:01 to go, a minute into the second half. Anybody's game right now as Central gets the ball out near the half-court stripe. Dribble to the left side from Davis, bounces it off to Hernandez, looks underneath, fires it to the corner. Berry, 3-ball, bounces off the heel of the rim. Nath comes away with the rebound. That's his second of the game. He'll push it up quickly. Trey Johnson drives to the baseline, gives back outside. Stewine wants to get it in the lane, gets cut off and denied by Hernandez, finds Johnson in the corner. His 3-ball short. Rebound bounces out to Klassen for his fourth. On the right wing, he'll give it off to Berry on the baseline. He backs his way up against Trey Johnson. Little fadeaway, and Tate Berry able to notch his first basket of the second half down. A 7-point lead for Central, who open up on a 4-0 run. Jackson buries his way inside. Can't get through as Berry is able to block the ball away. Gets it to Hernandez, who gets the rebound and brings it up the court to give to Brenchley. He'll dribble off to the left side, goes into the block. He'll bank one off of the glass, no good, off the side of the rim. There for the rebound was Noah Jackson, and he'll push the ball up ahead trying to find Trey Johnson. It's off his fingertips, out of play.
You're going to get mass substitutions here for Cheyenne East.
East just trying to push the ball too much.
Yeah, you can push the ball, but you got to keep control.
3 turnovers already in the first 2 minutes for Cheyenne East, as Hernandez on the far sideline will get the ball to inbound. Waiting for some help. Davis finally has to come within 5 feet of him before he can find some space, as Zawada right there glued to him like Velcro. Stays with him all the way up the court. Dribble goes over to the right side on the wing. They'll feed it back down to Berry. He'll turn around. Puts up a shot, no good. Came down awkwardly on his right ankle, and he is hobbled, so it's 5-on-4 the rest of the way down. Nath with the shot, rolls one up, bounces it over the front of the rim, and that is going to be an important basket for East, but also the more important thing is Berry, who is trying to walk off that ankle.
Yeah, Tate Berry, yeah. That's when you turn one like that, it hurts.
5:34 to go with a 5-point lead. Central will sub in with Will Little taking his position. Davis comes up the court left to right, beats Zawada to the right side wing. As he pulls up on the wing, Zawada loses him by a ton, and then Davis takes his time, built a campfire, pitched a tent, made dinner, then knocks home a 3. East runs the court. They'll answer back with a quick layup. Sidell Johnson makes the assist as Zawada gets his second basket of the game to keep it at a 6-point game, 29-23. Hernandez dumps it off as Central looks to answer back again. Both teams on an offensive run. Inside pass tipped around. Nath ends up with the steal as it bops into his hands. Outlets it up ahead to Sidell Johnson, who runs to the baseline, kicks it to the corner. 3-ball bounces over the rim, and Hernandez there for another board. He'll outlet it up ahead as the track race is on. Will Little cannot finish the layup, though, and it's Rivers Sawyer who gets to the board inside first for East. 4:35 to go, and Sawyer goes on to the attack. River gets fouled inside of the lane as he got dammed up by Matt Klassen.
Teams are getting up and down the floor now.
I'm disappointed I didn't get any approval for my pun.
I missed it. I've been trying to keep the camera on the ball, and that's been busy.
River got damned. Come on.
River got damned. Okay, there we go.
Killing me, man.
I got
to pat my own back on some of these. Great drive by River Sawyer. He'll be the one doing the inbounding.
Now we know why Larry retired.
He doesn't want to deal with my corny puns. Eastel inbound, open three-point jumper for River, too strong over it, and fighting for a rebound. A.J. Dix is going to be fouled on the play by Philbin. Philbin undercut Dix, who was looking for the rebound, and that's going to be Philbin's second foul. Second team foul on Central, as well as East gets another opportunity. Zawada. There's it deep. Dix goes to Sawyer. 3-ball that time. Not good again. Too strong. Sawyer thought he had it. It was online. Just a little bit too muscle on it as Will Little gets to the rebound first. Gives it to the left side, and a drive to the block is going to see Philbin get fouled this time. And that one's going to be picked up by Sidell Johnson. 4:12 left to go as Hassler will sub out of the game for River Sawyer. Also, Noah Jackson returns to the court for East. He'll take the place of Cam Nath, getting a breather after those opening 4 minutes. Inbound play goes deep. Philbin for Central takes it at the top of the key. Trying against Sidell. Gives it back out to Clausen, just inside it, or just behind the three-point line. Kicks it to the right corner. That's no good. Philbin soars in for the rebound over the top of everybody. Gets an extra offensive possession. They'll find Davis on the left side wing. Dribbles it over to the right side. Floats a pass into the corner. They'll skip it back up top again as Philbin wants to drive. Draws the double team from Dix. Gives it over to Davis. And Davis, with Dix out of position, drives inside of the lane and makes the layup. Timeout's going to get taken by Cheyenne Central to talk things over with an 8-point lead. One off of the largest of the game with 3:41 to go. We step aside. Back after this, you are listening to and watching basketball on 1480 K-Red.
The Gill Window Company in Cheyenne is a family-owned local window supplier that's been servicing Cheyenne and the area for over 30-plus years. If you're looking for replacement windows, sliding patio doors, or custom windows, the Gill Window Company is the perfect choice. Call 307-778-3037.
3:41 to go in the third quarter. Caleb Berggraf alongside of R.J. Fox as East with the basketball, bringing it up right to left. We'll have to wait for a couple of subs from Cheyenne Central, late subs. Tate Berry returning to the court. Chris Martin also getting onto the court. Chris Martin's been getting extended minutes as the season's been going on. He's been a guy that Randy Philbin's starting to really find some trust in.
Yeah, and that's it. You play hard, you take care of your business, and you get more pie.
He's a guy that's shooting well from the field when he takes his opportunities. Only averages 2.2 points a game, but, man, I'll tell you what, he's going to start earning more, and they're not going to allow the sub on because it was too late after the horn had already sounded. So Barry and Martin will have to hold on for a moment.
Yeah.
East will bring it up right to left. Hassler with the basketball. Gives it off to Sidell Johnson. Moves to the top of the key. Finds Stewine, and he'll move it over to Sidell over on the right wing. Noah Jackson fouled as that's Will Little brought the hammer down trying to pull away with the steal, and he ends up picking up his first foul. That's the third team foul against Central here in this third quarter with 3:25 to go.
And now you'll get your substitutions.
Now Barry and Martin check on. Hassler do the inbounding. Finds his pink headbanded twin, as Hassler and Stewine both wearing the pink headbands here on Cancer Night. I'll just shift the inbounds over to the far sideline as this one's deflected into the band. Over to the right side, Stewine, after getting the inbounds play, gets trapped by Will Little. Goes to Hassler, now Trey Johnson, baseline drive on the block, fires it back up top to Hassler, rotates it to Sidell. Sidell crosses over, can't get into the lane, finds Stewine. He'll try and spin his way off of the elbow. Backdoor cut. Hassler gets caught there, and he's going to run into the contact of Will Little, but Will Little got wrong place, wrong time, couldn't move my feet anymore, and suddenly gets tangled up with Hassler, who did a good job of putting the shot up once he knew he had the contact.
Yeah, leaned into him. Might as well throw it up. I mean, if it goes in, bonus.
Hassler, one of the best free throw shooters for East, 65% from the line. Right-hander cashes in. That's his first point since the first quarter. That's not a consistent theme for him usually. 6.6 points a game. Has only got one assist unofficially in this one too. 3:03 left to go. 7-point game in the third quarter. Second free throw also good. Cuts it to 6. 31-25 is Central still working against that full court pressure. Shifting into more of a full court trap. Kind of a 1-1-1-2 style of zone. Two back to help shelter things. They'll get it across the timeline just in time. Kick it to the left corner where an open Will Little can't hit the three, and that one's going to hit off of the top of the tape that or the belt that kind of holds up these backboards, and it'll be turned back over to Cheyenne East with 2:44 to go. 2-possession lead. Hassler takes it to the left side in a 6-point game. Top of the key, Jackson gives it to Hassler. Free throw line pass, moves it over to Stewine. Good ball movement from East right now. They're running that outside weave, but Central's length causing them some issues. Jackson takes it free throw line. No backdoor cut. Trey Johnson gives the ball back inside to Jackson. Good give and go. Trey Johnson has been hounded all game long, but he's starting to find ways to get the ball to his teammates. That's his second assist of the game. 2:06 to go. Ball bounced and fed into Barry. He'll back his way against Jackson, then releases as Jackson had him too far away from the hoop for his post moves to work. They find Brown. He'll slice to the hoop on the left side. Cade's got a basket in every quarter so far. Moves the lead back up to 6 with 1:47 to go. Hassler to the top of the key. Moves it over to Johnson. That is Stewine. Jackson takes it up top. Feed inside to Nath. Cam releases pressure on himself by backing it out beyond the three-point line. Followed out there by Martin. Surprised he didn't try to post up again on Martin. Now a switch off. Barry takes him. Martin takes Trey Johnson. Trey Johnson hands the ball off to Hassler. And Cade Brown is going to end up reaching in and picking up his third foul as he was a step late trying to follow Hassler to the hoop on the handoff. Too much motion, and Central didn't switch enough. Or switch too much, one of the two.
Yeah, somebody got confused and lost track of their. And I guess that's the object of the offense. So
Hassler makes his first free throw, and absolutely right. This new motion offense from East, they're not doing one drive into the lane as much anymore. They're doing more of trying to, again, we talked about the girls game, shift the defense, find the seam.
Got to get them to move.
Second free throw, also good. Good shooter's touch by Camden Hassler. 4 in the half for Hassler, all coming from the free throw line. 6 in the game as Matt Clausen will sub back onto the court for Bryson Philbin. By the way, East into the bonus the rest of the way through for this third quarter as they picked up, or Central's picked up their 15th foul. To the left side, Davis takes it to the top of the key. Into the hoop he goes. Too strong on the layup. Rebounded by Barry. First opportunity, no good. Second one falls into his hands as well. And a foul is going to be called on the second shot as he got tangled up with Noah Jackson inside. And the East fan base on a late whistle not pleased.
No. Jackson going to get the foul.
That's the first foul on Jackson. Third team foul on East with 1:08 to go. As Barry will stride to the line. Wide stance for the shooter, and he cannot hit the front end. Just a 36% free throw shooter.
We might see the hack-a-shack strategy before this is over.
One more coming up for Barry. Up by 4, Central with a 33-29 lead with 1:08 to go on the Taco John scoreboard. Make it 0 for 2 on that trip. as Stewine comes away with his first rebound of the game. Pushed up ahead as Hassler slows things down and sets up the half-court weave. Nath brings all the way to the near side, waves off Stewine, takes Trayden Johnson, gives off to Hassler. Barry ends up on the point guard. Good mismatch for Cheyenne East. They're going to give it over to the right side instead. Johnson, seeing Jackson cutting inside with Davis over the top of him, ends up throwing the ball off his fingertips. Good find by Johnson for the mismatch, but you got to make that pass catchable.
You got to make the pass. Yeah, that pass had a lot of steam on it.
41 seconds to go as Central with a chance to try and push the lead back up to 6, maybe even 7 if they can get a 3. Clausen takes the ball right side. 30 ticks of the clock to go. Davis settles it near side, near half court as Hassler picks him up. Fed up ahead to Brenchley. Now Hernandez. Good patience shown by Central here, just trying to set something up for the perfect shot or the final shot. Central gets it to the left wing. Open for Davis. 7 seconds to go. Drives free throw line. Kicks to the right corner. Hernandez for 3. Just off the front of the rim. Tipped out of bounds at the horn by Trey Johnson. And we head to the break with a 33-29 lead. Central wins the quarter, but only by 1. And it's anybody's contest going to the final 8 minutes. Back after this on 1480 K-Ray.
Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union is now offering a simple way to help make your money work for you. Meridian Trust will now pay 4% interest on their Max Rewards free checking accounts with balances up to $25,000 per month. Get all the details at mymeridiantrust.com or stop by your local Meridian Trust branch with 3 locations in Cheyenne. 4349 East Lincoln Way, 1602 East Prairie Avenue, and downtown at 2223 Warren Avenue. Right now is the perfect time to become a Meridian Trust member. Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union, where your deposits are safely insured by the NCUA. Be sure to stop in today.
Welcome back out once again to the home of the Cheyenne East Thunderbirds and the Central Indians. Really technically the home of the Central Indians tonight, but there is no home at Story Gym. It is just everybody's home.
It is. And what a great place for basketball.
Oh, absolutely. It's a fantastic gym, and played host to El Trip for 2 years, so I got very familiar. I'm very happy to have our own place, do not get me wrong, but this was a great home away from home for the time we had it, and when you got a place like this, you got to take advantage of it for the rivalries.
Absolutely.
Central have the basketball starting out the 4th quarter of play as the inbounds pass goes to Hernandez. And it'll be Davis to bring the ball up the court left to right as Central works in the final quarter. Davis on the wing. Feeds it inside to Barry, who draws the double team. Noah Jackson nearly forces the ball away. Barry eventually is going to fall out of bounds and saves it in play back to East. So East gets the turnover they needed to start things off. Hassler gives to the corner where Stewine dribbles up to the free throw line. Fadeaway. Stewine hand in his face from Davis, no good. And Hernandez there for the rebound. Pushed up the court to the left side. Hernandez pulls up from 3. Pump fakes instead. Throws the ball away. Back-to-back steals coming from the Central Indians after they didn't force a single turnover in the last quarter. East suddenly coming out very aggressive on the defensive side, but they've turned the ball over too. That's another turnover for Trey Johnson trying to underhand a pass outside.
Yeah, both of these teams trying. I mean, they are the intensity, the effort, everything, but nobody's finishing the plays yet.
Central with possession again as Davis brings it forward. Nearly 60 seconds in, score's been stuck frozen at 33-29 as Barry gives the ball back to Davis in the right corner. He pump fakes. Does again after he picks up his dribble and now gives to Barry in the right corner. Skip up top. East with that man-to-man defense still. They're shadowing the paint though, not allowing any post-ups for Cheyenne Central. Brenchley gets the ball over on the left side. Drive into the paint from Davis. Gets cut off by Hassler. Hassler pokes the ball away from behind. Davis re-gets his dribble. 6:33 to go. Still nobody's been able to crack the scoreboard in this 4th quarter. Brenchley takes the ball extended from the left side wing. Dribbles it towards the top of the key. Hounded by Cameron Nath. And Nath, as he dove to try and complete the steal, ends up crossing the body of Brenchley and picking up his 2nd foul.
I was watching Noah Jackson. He and Tate Barry were going at it. I mean, tooth and nail. Barry trying to get some kind of position Jackson not letting him.
Barry will get that inbounds play as they'll try and pull Jackson out of the paint and give some breathing room for the rest of the Central Indians. That gives Clausen a chance to drive. Cut off, though, by Stewine. They'll pull it back outside as Brenchley drives into the lane on a curl, lays it up and in, and gets the foul. First points of the game for Nate Brenchley, and he's got a chance at a three-point play.
Boy, it took a long time for Central to get that one to work.
Another one on Cameron Nath. That's his third. Back-to-back fouls on the senior, and East is going to watch as Central steps to the line to try and push it back to a 7-point game. And I apologize, Nath just a junior. Man, seeing Nath with another year to grow on him.
Yeah.
He plays like a senior.
He's already 6'2" and just incredibly athletic.
Left-handed shooter at the line, and Nate Brenchley, one free throw, and that is good. Didn't even catch the rim on the way through for the 58% free throw shooter. 37-29. Lead in favor of Central. Drive in by Hassler to answer. Off the left side of the rim, rolls it free. Brenchley gets to the rebound for his second of the game. He'll slow the pace down as he crosses the timeline again. You can tell Central being that kind of more methodical pace team. This is a more comfortable spot for them as they want to slow this pace down. East, a team that likes to get out of the run as Hernandez drives the hoop, gets caught too far under it, lays it onto the box side of the rim, and it's going to be Keenan Zawada for the board. Up ahead, he finds River Johnson, can't finish his shot, but there's a reason he was fouled. River Johnson's got the only three-pointer of the game so far for Cheyenne East. We've only had 2 3-pointers total in this game from the two sides on two teams that shoot a decent clip from outside and put up a pretty handy amount of three-pointers.
All of a sudden, everybody's working in the inside.
First free throws of this quarter at the line for East, no good as Sawyer can't drop that through. That's the first miss of this quarter as Camden Hassler had gone 4 for 4. Sawyer, a 67% free throw shooter on limited attempts at the line, but still one of the better shooters at the line. Expect him to make this one, and he does. 4 points now for River Sawyer in the game, 36-30 with 5:23 left to go. Inbounds play taken by Philbin, who subbed in during that time. Up the court, Hernandez might have gotten away with a push off there, but officials say play on. Clausen gets it over on the left side with 5:21 to go. Drives into the lane. Cut off there by Zawada. Feeds it to Hernandez, top of the key. Spins around. Finds Philbin. He'll try and drive inside of the paint. He's going to get fouled. Hassler holding on to him from behind is going to get picked up with his third foul. And with 5:10 to go, it'll be a sideline inbound for Central. This is the first time that East has really been threatened to be put into the bonus early in a quarter.
Yeah.
They've done a great job of controlling their fouls. It is just getting it in the front court is going to be Brown. He almost went over and back on that one on the inbounds. Over to the left side, he'll find Philbin. 3-ball bounces over the top of the rim, right into the hands of Camden Hassler. First rebound of the game for Hassler as he glides up the court, tries to spin into the lane, gives out to Nath again. 3-ball is good! Cameron Nath with the triple. Second of the game coming up for the East Thunderbirds. Comes on the second assist from Camden Hassler, and a timeout taken by East, down by 3, but a big old shot coming in from their athletic junior. 36-33, back after a quick 30-second timeout. You're listening to high school basketball on 1480 K-Red.
Wyoming owned and operated since 1971, Burns Insurance is Wyoming's right choice for your insurance needs. Burns Insurance is a trusted choice, full-service, independent insurance agency offering a full range of commercial, agricultural, and personal insurance products through many national and regional carriers. Let our friendly, experienced agents help you find the right product at the right price for your asset protection. Buy the policy, get the agent at Burns Insurance, your right choice. Find Burns Insurance on Facebook or at burnsia.com.
Gymnasium. Caleb Burgraff alongside RJ Fox. Fun one here. Crowd's thinned out just a little bit as it is after almost 9:30 here in Cheyenne, the capital city. Central with the basketball. And it'll be Clausen trying to inbound. Tipped out of play. Last touched by Hassler. So Central will inbound now in front of the East bench. 4:47 to go in this one. Anybody's game. As it'll be again Clausen to inbound. This time has a little bit more space with the sideline. Finds Brown. Cade will bring the ball up the court. Still left to right on those radio dials and video screens. As he'll drive down to the baseline. Fakes a pass out. Now gives up top. Driven inside where Brenchley gets cut off. Finds Philbin. Stolen away from him. Hassler eventually the final one to come away with the steal. Pass it up ahead to Cameron Nath. He'll drive in and lays up another one. Nath starting to take over. 7 points in both quarters. He's got 14. Leads all scorers in the game. We talked about it at the break. They needed somebody to step up, RJ.
Right, and it looks like it's going to be Cam Nath.
Not a bad person to get up to is Baby Jokic coming from the Cheyenne East Thunderbirds fan base. That's a pretty good comparison right now for the way he's taken over. Is falling over. Philbin turns it over for a second straight trip for Cheyenne Central, and a foul coming up the court as trying to step in and take the charge. Clausen is going to get whistled for the foul, his second. Right around 10 turnovers for Cheyenne Central. Now it's East that's not turning the ball over. Central is turning the ball over, giving East chances to climb back in. Down by 1, they can take the lead on this possession. And an easy backdoor pass from Hassler gets him another assist, and Sidell Johnson gives the Thunderbirds the lead 37-36. A delay of game warning is going to be given to Zawada, as he ended up touching the ball and throwing it away from the players for Central, and now Central gets the ball back. Just a warning, so no technical or anything on it on the first one.
Yeah, Sly Johnson, head coach, telling his guys, leave the ball alone.
Davis will bring the basketball up the court as he moves it up to the top of the key. Drives to the right side of the lane, gets cut off by River Sawyer. Backdoor cut, though, finds Cade Brown, but he steps on the sideline, or end line rather, as he tries to drive to the hoop and turns it over again. 3 straight turnovers for Central.
This game has been one of momentum swings, and right now, momentum is on the side of Cheyenne East.
Sawyer gets the ball back to Sidell Johnson, who crosses over the timeline and dribbles it back to the middle of the court. Floats a pass near side wing. That's a River Sawyer 3 that's no good. Tate Berry there for an important rebound. He's got 6 of those in the game unofficially. Moves it up ahead to Davis. Right side wing. Davis can't find anybody as he's being denied passing, and so will take it himself all the way to the hoop. He's got 6 in the second half, 6 in the game. Up the court the other way. The layup answered back, though, by Zawada. Zawada gives East the lead. 2 lead changes in 5 seconds. 2:50 to go in the game. Davis pulls up on the wing. Pump fakes the 3. Instead moves it over to Clausen. He'll go down low to Berry. Guarding against Nath. Double team tries to form around him, so he'll give it outside. 3-ball missed by Clausen. Rebound bounces to Camden Hassler, who spins his way across the timeline with a 1-point lead now. East back in control. Get a basket here, then all of a sudden you really make Central start thinking as Hassler drives to the baseline. Gives off to Nath. Floater in the lane, no good, but he's fouled.
It's been a game. Momentum swings. Momentum swings.
That pendulum. It's got to be feeling like the pit in the pendulum right now.
Absolutely.
Every swing, it gets closer to the end of the game, and you're just hoping that you're on the right side of that pendulum when it stops. First free throw good for Cameron Nath. Curious how many of our listeners actually know the pit and the pendulum.
You know what?
Actually, our listening group probably has a pretty good amount that know that one.
Yeah, they might, yeah.
The fan base behind us to our left might not know it.
Yeah,
though.
I don't think so.
Nath's second free throw up and good. 41-38, 3-point lead for Cheyenne East.
They're going to ask you, what label does that band on?
Poe. That's the label. Poe. 2:08 to go. Drive to the left side by Brenchley. Guarded by Sidell. Forces him back outside. Davis, jumper up and good! Brenchley finds Davis with the dagger. 41-41. 1:59 to go and a timeout East. We'll take a timeout as well. Back after this in 30. Back to Story on 1480 K-Ray.
Community is caring. Hi, this is Bobby Jo McGraw, and at Platte Valley Bank, not only do we provide a variety of financial services, we also provide leadership and volunteer time to support many community activities. We give our time, talent, and resources to help local organizations that have an impact on our friends and neighbors. Together, we can make a difference. Platte Valley Bank, you belong here.
Platte Valley Bank, member FDIC.
The home of a classic developing here at Story Gym. 41-41 between Central and East with 2 minutes to go.
What a game. It's been a great game.
Something like 6 or 7 lead changes. Cameron Nath stepping up for East to rally him back with 9 in the second half. Davis with the biggest shot of the game so far for Central ties us at 41 as East runs the court and Zawada blocked off the side of the rim by Matt Klassen. Rebound picked up by Davis as Central a chance to take the lead. Free throw line, Davis pulls up as he's denied by Hassler and gives it back beyond the line. Klassen dribbles it to the right side elbow. Pro hops, fades away, buries it from 10. Klassen with his 9th. 43-41, Central up by 2. East will feed it inside as they try to find Nath answering back, and he's fouled by Barry, who reaches out and says, I'd rather reach and grab you to avoid giving you to.
Yeah.
Then lets you make the easy basket. You had a foul to give to, so it's just an inbound coming up. That's a smart foul by Barry. Inbound comes from Zawada as East does keep possession of it. Minute 24 to go. Nath for 3, just off the front of the rim. Tyler Hernandez there for his 6th rebound. Gets it up the court himself at the half-court stripe, spinning against Sidell Johnson. Falls down, and a foul going to be called. The chair got pulled out of him by Sidell Johnson, and the official says there was contact enough that it pulled him down. And that's the 4th team foul on East, as that is going to put both teams into the bonus from here on out after this inbound.
Yeah, that's going to be huge.
1 minute and 11 seconds to go. Central will inbound from just in front of their own bench. Brenchley goes to the near side and goes into the backcourt for Klassen. Guarded there by Zawada. Gets it across the timeline with 1:04 to go. Ball nearly poked into the backcourt and nearly saved. It is East coming away with the steal as it's poked to the sideline. Sawyer gets it over to the near side. Sidell lays it in to tie it. Johnson, greeted by a herd of Thunderbirds, is going to be swarmed under at the bench with a tie game, 43-43, and another timeout taken by Cheyenne East. We'll step aside. 51 seconds to go in this one, all tied up at 43 from Story Gym on 1480 K-Ray.
Saturday. And at Chick-fil-A, they don't have to stray from their menu. They're proud of what they do all the time. Chicken. Check them out online at CheyenneChicken.com and have them cater your next event. Use the convenient drive-thrus. Come inside or use the Chick-fil-A app to do your next order.
You know,
Chick-fil-A.
This is a game that I was really hoping for with the girls' game. I mean, I was really expecting just a knockdown, drag-out type of ball game. And it never really materialized. But here in the boys' game, we knew they were pretty evenly matched. And man, oh man, has it been a dandy.
51 seconds to go. Cheyenne Central with the basketball after Sidell Johnson ties us up at 43. It'll be Brenchley to bring it forward as Sidell will shadow him across the half-court stripe. 42 seconds left as the clock winds down. Central, couple options here. Go for the quick basket or try and hold for a final shot. 33 seconds to go. Looks like they're choosing for the latter. Davis at the top of the key, working against Sidell. Pair of number 5s against each other. See this ball thrown to the near sideline. Central claims it was tipped. The officials agree.
Yeah, it was tipped, I believe.
And it'll be a Central inbound with 25 seconds to go. Over the top, it's stolen away. East comes away with the ball on a Nath interception, but his layup is in and out, no good. Rebound out of bounds, last touched by East with 19.4 to go.
Oh, man. Cam Nath had it.
His fourth steal of the game nearly gave East a chance to be on the precipice of victory. Instead, Central with 17 seconds to go gives it to Clausen. Full length of the court to go. Beats River Sawyer into the lane. Kick to the corner. Not taking the shot is Barry for three. And is a timeout taken with 8.2 seconds to go. A full timeout by Cheyenne Central to draw something up for a sideline inbound. We'll take a step aside as well. 30 seconds to go. Back after this on 1480 K-Ray.
At First Year Bank, we strive to keep it simple. We offer great rates on a variety of CDs, and we don't make you open other accounts, or be a new customer, or use your debit card 12 times a month, or have a direct deposit to get them. We leave that nonsense to the new big green bank in town, or some colorful credit union. At First Tier, we simply invite you to come on in and call either of our 2 Cheyenne locations and get a great rate on a CD that fits your needs. Simple, the way it should be. First Tier Bank, 1508 Stillwater Avenue, or 18th and Cary in downtown Cheyenne. Member FDIC.
Welcome back out once again to a raucous house with 8.2 seconds to go. Cheyenne Central with possession. We'll see what head coach Randy Philbin has drawn up for an inbound, as they'll have it in front of their own bench on the near sideline. In a tie game, all knotted up at 43 on the Taco John scoreboard. Clausen, Hernandez, Barry, and Davis all lined up as East playing man-to-man. We'll see this one sent to the backcourt. Davis has a long ways to go in 5 seconds. Pulls up at the top of the key. All the plays out the window. 1 second to go. They don't get the shot off in time. And we're headed to overtime as Cheyenne East plays a dandy of a final set of defense for the final 8 seconds. 4 minutes to decide this one. We'll be back in 60 seconds as we're back on 1480 K-Ray.
Since 1992, family vehicles to have them serviced at Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service. This is Larry Prowati from the Morning Pro Shop on KYOI-FM, inviting you to come to locally owned and operated Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service at 604 West Lincoln Way. I can tell you everything that needed to be serviced or fixed. John and his professional staff have been there to take care of those minor annoyances so they don't multiply into bigger problems. For example, regular oil changes, replacing a heating and air conditioning unit, shocks, windshield wipers, batteries, even replacing the bulbs in my headlights and my brake lights. But the most important feature at Cars is that John is a TechNet professional, which says he is one of the best and trusted in the country to do service on your vehicle. Open Monday through Friday. Stop by to 604 West Lincoln Way or call for an appointment at 632-0498. Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service.
Welcome back out once again to Story Gymnasium. We've had one tip. Why not have a second one? Overtime here at Story Gym. 43-all with 4 minutes to go. Now, Barry against Jackson.
We did not say the word overtime. And here we are.
Inbounds goes to, or tip won by Central. Clausen cut off on his drive. Stewine steals away from Clausen after he's cut off. Up the court comes Hassler, and one. Counted as Hassler takes it into the teeth of the defense and has a chance to try and push the lead to 3 for East. This would be their biggest lead of the second half if he can give them a point here. He's already 4 for 4 from the line tonight and notches home another. He's got 7 in the second half in overtime, 9 in the game. Central finds themselves down 46-43. 3:45 to go. Up the court goes Clausen. Pulls up. All sorts of space, but too much space. Too strong on the shot, and Jackson there for the rebound. Pulls it down as he'll give off to Hassler to bring forward. And now East is back in control again. Goes over to Jackson, or Johnson rather. Now Jackson gets it in the right wing. Johnson, intended recipient of this one, tipped into the backcourt. He'll bring it back across the front court with Clausen hounding him. Left side. It goes to Stewan. Can't find anybody to get the ball to as Hernandez is right in front of him. Jackson now takes on the block. He'll try and give off to a cutter, and that's Stewan. Jackson thought he might go up with it himself. Stewan called for it as he cut into the hoop, and that's going to be a perfect play as it goes to a 5-point lead. Barry on the other side, blocked away. Jackson gets the rebound, leads the fast break to Hassler, who cannot make the layup, and now it's Central who gets held onto in the backcourt, and Cam Nath is going to get called for the foul. And free throws walking back the other way. That was very important for Central in terms of that they get free throws out of this, and if there was a foul there, it slowed the game down because East was taking advantage of that fast pace.
The momentum, the play by Jackson down here on the block on Barry, that was huge. Barry was looking for the foul.
7:43 to go. Davis to the line, hasn't taken any free throws yet, and cannot hit the first as that one just grazes the rim on the way down. 1 for 4 from the free throw line for Cheyenne Central in the second half. They've only made 2 free throws all game. 2 for 8. One more coming up from Davis, and he cannot get that either as Nath bullies his own teammate out of the way for the rebound. He's not letting anybody touch that ball if it goes up for a board. 2:34 to go as the ball tipped out of bounds by Davis, stays with East. 5-point lead for East. They've led this game by as much as 7 at 16-9. Central then rallied back.
I was going to say, that was a while ago.
They pushed the lead up to as many as 7 as well. And then East rallied back, and we had a seesaw affair for the final 4 minutes of regulation. That's why we're in overtime where East is dominating. Traden Johnson finds himself all alone on another Camden Hassler assist. He's got 4 of them now in the game. 50-43 as Central works the ball around the 3-point line. Claassen looks inside for a cutter. Nobody home. Gives it off instead to a slicing Brenchley, whose layup goes halfway down, then falls out back to Camden Hassler again.
That was huge.
Now East really can take the air out of the ball in this one as the momentum has shifted over onto their side like about a 20-pound weight. It's blocked away on the Nath drive inside. Barry gets the rejection. Clausen there for the board. Gets it back up ahead to Barry. Pulls up from 15. Side of the rim, no good. Davis offensive rebound in the lane. And he's going to knife his way up to the hoop for his first basket of this one. Cuts it to a 5-point game again with 1:25 to go. And Hassler's going to get fouled by Davis as he crosses half court for 2 free throws coming up. He's not the one you want to send to the line right now.
Yeah, probably not. Although, I mean, we have seen just horrendous free throw shooting from time to time by both clubs.
Not by him.
No.
No one's going to blame me for what happens after this, but it's not my fault.
Left it short.
I said it wasn't my fault.
Way to go, Caleb.
I didn't say anything about it. 5 for 5 never came out of my mouth. I just said he's the only one who hasn't struggled. Well, okay, there it is. That'll link your way back to it. Gets the second one. Shooter's touch as he crawls it over the rim. 5 for 6 at the line on that trip, or on the night. 51-45, 2-possession game for Central with 1:17 to go. If they can hit a 3, Clausen trying for the first one, just has it spin off of the rim, and Jackson gets to the rebound first for Cheyenne East. He'll dump it off to Hassler. That's a smart move as you want to get it to your best ball handler and one of your best free throw shooters as he'll get fouled again. Tate Berry reaching for the ball, initially turned around to argue, then said, that was actually a foul.
That was a foul, yeah.
2 more coming up for Camden Hassler. You can ice this one away, essentially, if you make both of these. It's going to be tough. Even one does the trick in a lot of ways, and he makes the front end. 7 for 8 from the line now. And 8 for 9. He's had a fantastic night. 8 points from the line, 4 from the field. Give him 4 assists as well. He's definitely stepped up. And he'll foul Davis this time out wide, as Davis tried to go right at him, and now Davis gets to the free throw line where he's 0 for 2. That's also the 4th foul on Camden Hassler, but at this point in time, it almost feels inevitable that East did enough early in those first 2 minutes, then put Central onto their back heels, that it's just too big of a mountain.
And for Sly Johnson, you got to tell your guys, don't foul.
Shadow defense.
Shadow defense. You don't want to foul. You do not want to give Central the chance to score points without the clock running. That's the strategy.
Davis misses the first, makes the second. 53-46, a 7-point game as Hassler working to bring the ball up the court, trying to break that timeline. Does so, kicks it up ahead to Trayden Johnson, who fires up a 3. Might have been a bit quick on that shot, but he was wide open as Central gets the rebound. They blow the layup coming up the court as Cade Brown, 2 open again off the back of the rim, can't get it to go down, and another foul whistled as Central is going to see a 4th foul called against Cade Brown, who is absolutely livid. He's an emotional player.
He certainly is. You missed the free throw on that end, and then you got to come back. You want to try hard to make up for it.
2 more for Camden Hassler, who notches home the first one. And second one follows suit. 5 straight makes at the line. He's got 10 of 11 on the line tonight. 55-46, the lead up to 9. Left side Philbin gives to Davis. Launches a 3 from deep on the left wing. No good. There's another rebound for Philbin. He's fouled as he's going to take a tumble to the deck. 2 free throws coming up after the offensive rebound for Bryson Philbin.
Yeah, but with the lead at 9, makes it tough.
By the way, Camden Hassler has breached his record for the season in free throws made in the game. He made 7 against Rock Springs back on January 11th. 10 in this game blows that out of the water. Second free throw, no good for Philbin. 22 seconds to go as Barry gets the rebound, kicks it to Klassen for 3. Hold your horses. It's a 5-point game with 17.5 to go. Reggie Miller said it could be done. So why can't you put up 5 points in 8? Well, I guess in this case it would be 8 points in 17.5 seconds.
Jerry Slab sitting next to us. The Rick Lewis Memorial Trophy goes to the winner of the first East Central basketball game of boys. And you can look, starts back in 2000 on this particular plaque. It goes Central, and then there's a long string of East wins. Then you get Central, then there's another long string of East wins. But for the last few years, it's been like East Central, East Central, East Central. The winner's going to take this home for the trophy case.
Always makes a little bit extra when you have something on the line, and a pretty little trophy like that deserves a game like this one's been. 55-50, just ahead of 10 o'clock here at Story Gym with 19.3 seconds to go. East inbounding the basketball, up by 5, looking to bring that trophy back home after it was in Central's trophy case last year. And a foul called will send Hassler to the free throw line again, where he can continue to extend on that season high of free throws made in a game.
Yeah, for Cheyenne East, strategy here is fairly simple. Just get the ball into his hands.
This also, by the way, means Hassler has attempted more free throws than he did in that Rock Springs game. This is his 12th attempt tonight. He attempted 11 that night, 11 for 12 today. You talk about closing out a game. Talk about giving it to your senior leader. That's what they've done here for Cheyenne East, and he has answered the bell. 7 straight now, 13 for 14, or excuse me, 12 for 13 from the line. Right side, Clausen, quick three. That one off the front of the rim, no good. Nath there for the rebound. He's fouled with 8.2 seconds to go, and bodies are going to be separated as Philbin being held back from his teammates. And Cheyenne East is going to see everybody sent to the benches first, as the officials are going to talk this one over and see if they're going to award a technical. Cooler heads did prevail, and I said Cade Brown is a very emotional player. He was actually the one guy stepping in to break it up. So props to him for having that head on his shoulders to say, hey, no, we got to keep our heads here, guys.
Big fight for the rebound. Central goes for the three-pointer. Kids off the long rebound. Big fight for the rebound. And, they just kind of got tangled up.
So the officials still talking at center court as both teams sent to their sides. 8.2 seconds left. If it's a technical, it's definitely over, because then East gets the ball and they get free throws, plus the free throws of the foul on net.
Right.
If it's not, it's still going to be Mount Everest out there for Central if you're trying to get back up into this one. Down by 3 possessions with 8.2. There's not a lot of. I mentioned Reggie Miller. He's about the only one I can think of that put together a performance like that.
You got to nail about 3 3-pointers. Here we go.
It is going to be 2 technicals that are going to offset. And actually, no, they're going to say the technical goes against East, and Hassler gets the technical. So Central will have free throws, Nath will have free throws, and then Central will get the basketball. If I'm doing the math in my head on the fouls, and even more importantly,
Cam Nath is fouled out.
Well, they said it was on 2, not 1, so that's them putting the wrong number up on the board.
All right.
So unless I missaw what the official, they said 2. They held up the number 2, not 1. But they do have 1 up on the board, and 1 has fouled out. So you are correct. So they must have held up the wrong number then when they were flashing numbers there.
And then you've also got a foul on 24.
That's on Bryson Philbin. Yeah, and I said that one. So Philbin gets the foul. The technical foul is going to be on Nath. So it'll be Zawada coming in to take the free throws for Camden Nath as he fouls out of the game. Then the technical free throws will be taken, as they say Nath ended up instigating the semi-brawl, not really a brawl that we saw. And then it'll be Central basketball. So best Central can hope for is Zawada goes 0 for 2, you go 2 for 2. It's a 5-point game, and you get the ball with 8.2 seconds to go. And Zawada misses the first of his 2. So there is still some hope for Central now.
I have seen screwier things in this.
He does make the second. 7 points for Kanan Zawada in the game. As now heading back the other way, we'll have the technical free throws, and those will be Cade Brown's assignment. Talk about extracurricular work. And the first free throw, no good. Sly Johnson trying to take a timeout. You can't take a timeout in technical free throws, though.
You can't ice them.
Second free throw is good for Brown. Goes 1 of 2. He's got 7. 58-51, 7-point lead. Central with the basketball with 8.2 to go. Sideline inbound at midcourt. Brown will start the action. Barry gets it at the half-court stripe, steps up into a 3, short off the front of the rim. Rebound goes to Trey Johnson, and he's going to ice this game away as East survives overtime and comes away with the victory in what was a very, very terse and tense atmosphere as the East Thunderbirds bring back that nice shiny trophy back with a 58-51 victory here on the road.
Wow, that was a great ball game. That really was. Momentum swings this way, momentum swings that way. Great plays on both sides. That was a great game.
High school basketball at its best, and even after the handshakes, you get a second round of post-game dabs from the two teams as they are going to head to the locker rooms. We got one more of these between these two sides coming up later this year.
Yeah, they got to meet one more time as now Cheyenne East. As we mentioned, that beautiful trophy. I'll see if I can get a shot of it here. Is East Athletic Director Jerry Schlabs going to award it. It spent a year at Cheyenne Central, and now going back to Cheyenne East.
We'll step aside and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Back after a 2-minute timeout to Story Gymnasium. You are listening to and watching 1480 K-Ray.
Hi, this is Larry Proity talking about affordable computer repair. Lanny at Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne reminds you whenever your personal computer, laptop, or iPad is not performing to your standards, then it's time to call Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne at 307-256-8971 and let Lanny's many years of experience fix or address the problems that may exist. Also, watch out for those bad elements out there to harm your computer. Affordable Computer Repair is the perfect choice to consult you on the proper maintenance for your systems. Remember, it's Affordable Computer Repair in Cheyenne. Please call 256-8971. Vehicles to have them serviced at Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service. This is Larry Proity from the Morning Pro Shop on KYOI-FM, inviting you to come to locally owned and operated Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service at 604 West Lincoln Way. I can tell you everything that needed to be serviced or fixed. John and his professional staff have been there to take care of those minor annoyances so they don't multiply into bigger problems. For example, regular oil changes, replacing a heating and air conditioning unit, shocks, windshield wipers, batteries, even replacing the bulbs in my headlights and my brake lights. But the most important feature at Cars is that John is a TechNet professional, which says he is one of the best and trusted in the country to do service on your vehicle. Open Monday through Friday. Stop by to 604 West Lincoln Way or call for an appointment at 632-0498. Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service.
R.J. Fox, Caleb Berggraf. I was hearing. I thought I heard.
It's all so clear.
Okay.
Dude, trust me. I got it.
Right.
Trust me, RJ. Trust me. Have faith. Welcome back out once again, back at the home of East's house tonight, as Central was the host team, but East comes away with the trophy, 58-51. Women's game goes the other way around, Central with a 61-42 victory over the the East Thunderbirds. But in this one, it was a good one. Final numbers for the game. How about Camden Hassler going 12 of 13 from the free throw line? He ended up with 16 total points in the game, and he was not even the leading scorer. Cameron Nath, who ended up fouling out of this one, also had 16 points in the game. The two of them combined for more than half of the offense for the East Thunderbirds. 4 points for River Sawyer, 2 points for Standards T-Wine. Sidell Johnson with 5, including the layup that got them started and the layup that sent this one to overtime. Kanan Zawada, 7 points in the game. Trayden Johnson with 4, and Noah Jackson with 4 points as well. Central and the Indians, 9 points for Tate Berry. No points in the fourth quarter for Berry. Tyler Hernandez had 4 points. Kate Brown had 7 points. Tyler Davis, a huge 3 that brought Central back into the game, but didn't have enough in the first half to help him out there, as he ends up finishing the night with 12 points. 2 points for Will Little. Nate Brenchley had 3, 1 for Bryson Philbin, and Matt Clausen with 5 points in the second half goes for 12 points in the game as well. Really the biggest difference between the two teams was the free throw line, though, RJ.
It was, and Cheyenne East, as you meant, Hassler was, he was ice. He was ice at the free throw line, and that's what did it. And that's why we joke every week, free throw Monday, free throw Monday. Free throws will win you games at the end.
Did not this time for Cheyenne Central, but they did for Cheyenne East, as that is a kicker to this one. That'll wrap it up for our broadcast coverage this week. All teams on the road up north this week, so we will not be having any coverage over the weekend, as we'll send it back to you. But that means you can come out and watch El Trip over there.
Absolutely, yeah, go watch El Trip. High school basketball on 1480 K-Ray, brought to you by Affordable Computer Repair, MHP LLP, Chick-fil-A, Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union, Cheyenne Auto Repair and Service, Page Lane at Number 1 Properties, 2 doors down, Platte Valley Bank, The Gill Window Company, Fat Boys Tire and Auto, Burns Insurance Agency, First Tier Bank, Wyoming Department of Transportation, Kia of Cheyenne, Pepsi of Cheyenne, Cheyenne Frontier Days, Cheyenne Regional Medical Center, Halliday Subaru in Motor City, FNBO, and of course our scoreboard sponsor, Taco John's. For my play-by-play partner, Caleb Berggraf, or Larry Proetti, back at the K-Ray Studios. It has been a wonderful night from Story Gymnasium. We now return you to our regular programming right here on 1480 K.